Hello, 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 everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Saturday evening. Hope everybody's enjoying their weekend. God bless and much love. Ah, Lake Erie's number one. Hello, PG in chat. Hello to you, sweetie. Hello to you. Our bucket list has holes. Hello and much love to all. Summer, 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 summer. Amen. Amen. Much love to you, hon. Number two, our bucket list has holes. Number two, girl, you ran in number two tonight. And Auntie M ran in. She slid in number three. There we go. She says, hey, everyone. Hey to you, girl. Hey to you. God bless. God bless. Hello, Deputy Sheriff. I guess you I guess you was in outfield. Everybody else was sliding in first, second, third. I'm, I'm just kidding, Dippy. Just kidding. Sorry. Sorry about that one. I couldn't pass that up. How you doing, Steph? Lady Q, how you tonight, sweetie? How you doing, Tammy? KU. How you doing, that girl, 77? How's everybody doing in here tonight? Oh, I love the Purple Hearts. God bless. God bless. Lots of beautiful hearts in here tonight. Amen. Absolutely. Hey, God is good, right, Mayor? Absolutely. I agree with you there. Absolutely agree with you there. How you doing, Wendy? God bless. Beautiful sunflower, how are you doing tonight, sweetie? How you doing? Top dog, how you doing tonight? Hello, chatting PG. Hello to you. How you doing, Lisa? Oh, I love those purple hearts. God bless. Anyway, yeah. I came in tonight to talk about Marlena. Marlena. But first, I couldn't help but overhearing some conversation earlier tonight that Cam was putting out on his live earlier. Earlier, I'm sure a lot of people heard Cam talking. We all keep up with everybody, right? We keep up with everything, everybody. But anyhow, and I absolutely have nothing wrong with other creators, you know. I really don't. I wish I didn't. But now I'm sounding like Jody Sue. Right? Pause. No, really. I was listening to him, and there was just so many, you know, he didn't have his facts straight. That's what I'm trying to say. He doesn't have his facts straight. For one, the lady was old Mr. Goat's, not Mr. Goat's sister. It was his cousin, is what she was. That was his cousin. The daughter was his second cousin. Why Cam wants to call this lady Mr. Goat's sister, I don't know why, but she was not his sister. From what Don Sherfy's girlfriend is saying, and I guess she would know because that's her mother, right? And Don Shirfy at no time did he say that he didn't know nothing about these kids, because he said he saw these kids playing in the road all the time, and even his girlfriend had to get out of the car and ask them to get out of the road so they could pass through to get around the bend to their home. So, I don't know where he's coming off that Don Shirfy. And Don Shirfy didn't, in all reality, he did not like personally know Summer. No, he didn't personally know the Wells at all. His girlfriend is the one that knew the Wells. His girlfriend is the one that used to go. Don and Candus used to go to her church before they moved to the Seventh Day church. They used to go down the road to where she goes to church, her and her mother. And yes, she did know Summer. Yes, she did used to hold Summer and sing with her and talk with her. And yes, she did. She personally did know Summer. But Don Shirfy didn't, because at that time he was married to his wife and he knew this lady from work, but he didn't know her, right? Like he wasn't going out with her or anything like that. So, Tammy got his facts straight. I mean, you can't go around accusing the whole world, man. I mean, we've already had so many people go under the bus, right? We've had so many people get tossed under that bus, and that is exactly why we're still here. That's why we're still here. Obviously, all them people that's getting tossed under the bus for a third or fourth or fifth or sixth, I can't even tell you, time, is Ring Around the Rosie, right? It's Ring Around the Rosie. Let's throw them under the bus again. People might have forgot about them by now. Let's pull them out our pocket and throw them under the bus again. No, let's not. Let's not. Let's just fucking stop. All these people that they keep wanting to pull out of their pocket because you might have forgot about them and throw them under the bus again are people that were checked out by law enforcement and turned loose. The ones that ain't cooperating with law enforcement, Ronnie Lawson came out and told you. The Wells, right? They even lawyered up to keep from cooperating with law enforcement. So, there you go. And Don even admitted they were lawyered up when he said, I called my lawyers, tried to get them on the boys' case, and they wouldn't call me back. So, Ronnie didn't lie. Ronnie did not lie. Even though Candus and Brand, they were trying to, act to us that law enforcement was lying. The real liars are the Wells. And why are they lying? Why are they lying? I mean, they're the ones that played games from day one, right? To have a missing child, they're the ones that played games. They're the ones that has turned their daughter's case into a fucking democracy, right? They're the ones that are throwing everything and everyone under the bus to keep the focus off of oneself. Now, if that does not mandate guilt, I don't know what does. Can't tell you what would. So, it's, and now a poor girl, Candus is lying, she's got her forked tongue in her mouth, sliving it around, telling a bunch more lies, right? She just curled up and struck at another person that had nothing to do with this whatsoever. I could Guarantee you that. And fresh meat, right? Fresh meat. That's what Marlena was. That's exactly what she is for them. Let's take a look at Ben Hill Road. I'm going to take this down. Cam also said, this is, as we can see on the screen here, Candus's big camper home right there with a full view down the road one way and down the road the other, right? Of course, she could see man, she had a bird's eye view on the front and back of that place, regardless, And if you take note, for someone to come up, look from her door straight across the yard at the road, because this road is a circle. This road coming around is a damn circle, right? It's a circle. And she could see straight across if anyone was on that road coming up it. They couldn't have missed them. And you would have heard them coming up with a vehicle. I mean, it's not that much of a distance across this yard. Absolutely not. And to come around this circle. So I agree with law enforcement. It's just pure bullshit. Pure bullshit about a vehicle being on that land that day or any other day, to be honest. Right here you go. Now this shows you a little closer view and how actually, how close everything is, right? Absolutely how close everything is. And take note, there's a dog right there. There's always a dog there. And I don't care what anybody says, dogs bark. Dogs bark. Especially if they sense somebody's up there to hurt somebody or steal someone or do something. Dogs have a sense that, that they will let you know if somebody's evil before you even know it, right? Here's Donald. Now, I understand Donald's trying to tell people that, show people that a different area that Summer like to play in, and it's supposed to be a dangerous little area for someone. No, Donald. This is when you came out and you told everybody that Summer liked to sit right there outside that door, that you guys would catch her sitting right there by some flowers. Well, Donald, where the hell's the flowers? Where is those flowers? Because there is no flowers anywhere, actually nowhere around there except in Candus's pots by her camper. So I guess that was another line of bullshit that, I mean, what I'm saying is we got gaslighted. We were seeing all these flowers and shit in our head, but they wasn't ever really there. So how does that make everybody feel that you got gaslighted by this dumbass on screen? Yeah. Don't feel too good, right? Don't feel too good at all. And look at that filthy mattress. And people want to help get up money to get the boys back sleeping on that? Are you serious? Are you serious? What I want to know is, where the hell are the charges for neglect, abuse, endangerment? Because, they definitely guilty for all of that. Look at the damn mattress. Kids barely got any food. So there's definitely charges should be done for that, right? Absolutely. Yeah, I think they should have investigated that mattress as well. That thing is, but they wouldn't want to touch it. And I can't blame them for that either. I really can't. And Don Wells can be as mad as he wants, but I know for a fact they wore protective gear to go up there and search that place. They definitely wasn't going in there without the proper protection. Absolutely not. Right there. Where do you want to show us the flowers? Because there is none. And right there's where he says she liked to set. Right there. Yeah. There's no flowers. None. I think the Wells made up a lot of lies. Oh yeah, definitely House of Horror. And here you go. Here you go again. I don't know who you could have paid to come up on that hill for any damn reason. I really don't know. I don't know. Absolutely. There's no flowers. Look, no flowers. The only flowers is right here. And those don't even look like, those look like weeds, right? Those look like freaking weeds, not flowers. I mean, other than back there, back in the main back, there's like some little bitty pink flowers maybe. But other than that, there's nothing. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I really don't. I have no idea. And right here, as you can see, you come around, there's Don's truck. There's Don's truck. Now, on the day, June the 15th, 2021, Candus was supposed to come out. I'm going to show you. Candus was supposed to come out the back door. Let me get this down. She was supposed to come out, well, not the back door. That back door is where she put Summer in, right? She's supposed to come out the front door right there. And we all know this is the front door because Don Wells told everybody on the interview panel that it was the front door because it actually leads out to not Ben Hill Road, but the other road out there. Beach Creek. It actually goes out onto Beach Creek, not Ben Hill. So, anyway, with that being said, you can see that you have to come past, you have to come around this loop all the way around, past the front door, keep going around. There's Grandis's camper. Right there is Grandis's camper. And between the trees there at the bottom of the screen. Bottom right-hand side of the screen. Camper. Lit up in red. Now, you can tell that you have a bird's eye view of coming around here. You see Don's truck had to come all the way around and look where he parked it. By the back door right there. Right there by the back door. Now, Candus was supposedly looking for Summer, right? She's supposedly looking for him, for her. And she said she went into the basement. She came out the front door, which is the basement door, right? And she's supposed to have been calling Donnie on the phone. And she supposedly laid her cell phone down on the back of Donnie's truck to run over to the camper to get Grandis's phone. Candus, if you came out the front door there, and you're coming around, you right there's Grandis's camper. Why would you need to go all the way to Donnie's truck and put your phone and then come all the way back and go to the camper to call 911? If you came out that front door looking and screaming and hollering, got scared, called Donnie on the phone, right? Why was your phone on the back of Donald's truck? You went all the way to his truck and then came all the way back to Grandis's camper when you're scared to death and you're needing to call 911. Don't make no sense. Try to make this make sense for me. Even if you came out the back door, you wouldn't go all the way to his truck, delay your phone, and then run all the way back to Grandis's camper to use hers. You would have just look how far the camper is away from that damn truck. You're not. Why was the phone on that truck? Why was her phone on that truck? Don't make no sense. Absolutely makes no sense at all. Because the front door leads down by the creek, and down by the creek's where the boys were going to look for Summer. So they'd have been at the front door, not the back. What was she doing all the way around there, leaving the phone on that truck? Well, I'll tell you what it probably was. More than likely, when she was talking to Donnie, when she was talking to Donald on the phone, I think she had to go to that truck to call Donald. What I think is that phone was already on the Donald's truck because Candus came out of the driveway twice that day. And I always said I think she left the phone on Donald's truck because she didn't want the boys to hear it. She couldn't take it with her because it would ping. Everybody knows phones ping. That's how people get caught. Is by, ain't that how, the weirdo that's in jail for the Idaho 4? Ain't that how he got busted? Ping, ping, ping. His phone's pinging all over the place. Candus and Donald ain't stupid. We've all heard about the pinging. So, you definitely don't want to take your phone, right? So she left it there while she went someplace and came back. And then what happened was, when she got back, she was in a hurry and she immediately went in the house because she didn't know how long the boys, if any of the boys had even took note that she was missing. So she wasn't thinking about her phone. She was thinking about getting inside that damn house and finding out if they missed her or know anything yet. And she found out that no, they didn't even know how much time had elapsed, right? They were still indulged in all that gaming. So she's going to pull her stunt of, where's your sister? Went down the basement thing. She's going to run around, right? She needs to play her game. In order to call Donald now, she had to go from the front where Grandis said, remember Grandis said that I stood at the top of the hill and I watched the boys and I was hoping nothing would happen to them. Yeah, Grandis made that statement. And while Grandis was standing around here by the front, watching the boys down towards the creek, Candus had to take that butt all the way around to that truck to get her phone, to talk to Donnie. And when Dawn said call 911 and she couldn't, she had to go all the way back around where Candus was to get Candus's phone to call 911. So, there you go, is pretty much why that phone was on that truck. That's my theory. That's what I believe. And I say probably I'm right on the money when it comes to what happened there. If you ask me, I think I'm right on the damn money of why that phone was on that damn truck. So the boys wouldn't hear it if it rung inside, and she couldn't take it with her wherever she went and came back from. And she still told law enforcement, even though they know for a fact she came out of that driveway twice. She's hanging to her story, right? That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And, she thinks that's, really, really super funny. Well, I don't think it's funny. I'm not finding the humor in it. And I didn't find the humor in it then, and I ain't finding the humor in it now. What I'm finding is you're probably guilty, right? If you hide your phone and you leave the property when your daughter's missing, you come back and you lie to law enforcement about leaving it, then you obviously left to go hide something or do something you don't want law enforcement knowing you did. That pretty much is exactly what happened June the 15th, 2021. So, there it is right in front of you. Right there it is. And as you can see, there's no way in hell they would not have understood. There's no way they would not have understood if someone had come up that driveway, because it's a damn circle. And from Candus's van, you could, if you're sitting at Candus's camper looking at Donald Wells' truck, you could look through the yard right down and see if anything's coming around this circle right there. You're able to see across the yard to the circle. And there's no way they would have to come past your vision in order to go up to the basement door. They'd have to go back past your vision in order to get back down off the property. They clearly would have been heard and they would have been seen. There's no way in hell this happened. And that is why Ronnie Lawson said, look, abduction's off the table, right? They have no evidence whatsoever leading them to believe there was any abduction at all on 110 Ben Hill Road. So, what did that leave you? Wandering off? Well, Dawn and Candus Wells said they feel sorry for the searchers because they knew for a fact she didn't wander off. For a fact, she did not wander off. Well, if you know for a fact your daughter didn't wander off, then you must know for a fact where the hell she is. Because no parent in the world could say, I know for a fact what their kid does. Because every parent knows that we don't know what the hell our kid might do. That's why we watch them. That's why we keep an eye on them. It's because we don't know what they might do. I mean, a 5-year-old kid might take a 5-year-old kid to the store. How many of us have been looking for a 5-year-old because what? It wandered off? Because it wandered off? Right? How many of us take our kids to the park and everybody's supposed to be on the swing and you look around and there's one gone over to the side? Right? Because it wandered off. So every parent, including Candus, knows children wander off. They wander off. And to say they absolutely know for a fact, then you obviously know for a fact where she's at. And you obviously know for a fact that you want an abduction because you don't want law enforcement on your premises searching and being nosy all over the place because they might hear, see, or find something to prosecute your ass with. Because right there's where everything went down at. And you had to get it away from there. So, yeah. I mean, God forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I really don't. I don't think I was wrong from day one. From day one, very day one, I felt they were guilty as hell. But I wanted to give somebody the benefit of the doubt for one time in my life. But they didn't do it. No. So much for, just because I want it, didn't make it so, right? No matter how much we want something. How you doing, butterfly kisses? Just because we want something does not make it so. It is what it is, I mean, 99.9% of the time, it's the parents that do it. You get that little smidgen, that little tiny smidgen, right? That actually abducts children. I mean, strangers. Someone you don't know. Someone just coming from nowhere and doing something. I mean, I'm not saying it don't happen. It does. But it's very, very rare, right? It's like a once in a blue moon thing. And that's what it is. Well, I'm going to tell you, don't underestimate law enforcement. Please don't underestimate law enforcement. Law enforcement has enough evidence that they could say, hey, the feds are out of it because we don't, there's no signs and no evidence whatsoever of any type of abduction. We don't believe there was one. They have to be some solid ass evidence for them to take that off the table, as Ronnie Lawson said. Right? There has to be, Ronnie Lawson must, he must have some pretty damn solid evidence that the Wells are guilty of something, because he told us they lawyered up and was not cooperating. And if they're not cooperating, then obviously the law enforcement has had other questions and other things they wanted to discuss with them, and they have rebutted and not wanted to talk, right? So you tell me. I think that's some damn good evidence. I think that right there is solid evidence within itself. So you say there's no evidence? Oh, hell yeah, there is. There's a lot of evidence. Maybe not enough to convict them. Maybe not enough to convict them of the crime. But there is evidence. There is evidence leading law enforcement to believe that these are the guilty parties. So, yes. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. So, it is what it is. I mean, absolutely, and you can put makeup on a pig, but it's still pig, right? Put all the makeup you want on it, but it's still pig at the end of the day. And like most of the creators ain't going to put makeup on the pig anymore, right? And the pig is the whales. They ain't going to put makeup on that pig any longer. They're looking right at that pig now. I mean, even Cam, like five different times he says, the whales possibly are guilty. The whales are suspects. They have not been cleared, right? Even he has to face the truth. I'm telling you what, God's pulling this to the light. He's pulling this case to the light. And as I was telling one of my mods tonight, when I was talking with them in chat, I thank God that I can see he's pulling it. He's pulling this case to the light. People are starting to finally focus on what should have been focused on from day one. The whales. And I thank God the focus is finally there. I thank God that somebody finally turned on the flashlight and shined it upon these people. Because I've been trying to get it shining forever. But like I say, all things are in God's time, right? All things is in God's time. And now we're getting there. Now the table's turned and right onto the wells. And I am so grateful for that. And I'm tired of the lies, Dom Wells. I know that you got your eyes pinned to the screen, and I know you got your ears flapped up higher than a hound dog's, right? When a rabbit's going ready to go by. And I want to tell you, Dom Wells, we're tired of the lies. We're not going to put up with any more lies. Your lying's done. It's over. Candus Wells right here had a stroke. No, I don't think so. Dolly shirt on. She wants to show Dolly. I mean, have you ever seen anybody that had a stroke look like that? No. It's her. I don't see her face sagging. I don't see her sitting back in a chair, not able to get up. I don't see one eye drooping. She's fine. She is absolutely fine. And not only that, but I got people on the inside, Dom Wells. And Candus talked with them. They talked with you. They talked with Candus. Candus is fine. Nothing wrong with her speech. She's fine. She's absolutely okay. You use that stroke crap because you used it the last time and it got you guys money, it got you sympathy, and you wanted to try to use it again. Yeah. Just stop it. Stop it. Don't you think it's time to bring your baby girl home? Don't you think it's time, Dom Wells, to tell the truth for the little girl on the screen? Your little mini-me that you like to tell all of us how much she loved you. Well, why don't you show us how much you love her? Why don't you finally do what's right for her instead of yourself and your old lady that left that driveway twice that day? and you know left her phone on your truck and why. And you know what happened. And you know you're covering it up. Time to stop. That little girl deserved. She deserved the truth to come out. Her brothers deserved the truth to come out. Your children, Don Wells, deserves better than you're giving them. And you know it. You know it. That little girl deserved to be laid to rest like a princess. And you could have made that happen for her, but you didn't. You didn't. I'd like to call him some names, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I ain't going to because you know why? It's not in me tonight. It's not in me, Don Wells. I feel sorry for you, man. I really feel sorry for you. That's the truth. I feel sorry for you. It's sad. It's sad. You didn't fail anybody out here. We're not your enemies, man. Your enemies. Your enemies are the ones that destroyed this little girl right there on the panel. That's your enemies, Don Wells. And you're protecting them. You are protecting them. Your enemy's the one that didn't ever give your children anything but a hard way to go. You're protecting them. I feel sorry that you're that blind or that needy or that whatever to protect someone that could do such a heinous thing to your beautiful little girl. Just fucking sad. Sad, man. You're sad. You didn't fail none of us. You failed her. Right there. You didn't fail none of us. You failed your sons. You didn't fail none of us. You failed yourself. You didn't fail any of us, Don Wells. You failed God Almighty. The one you want to live with eternally in the next life. You failed him. You failed him. Because God is truth. And you told everything but the truth. And you think you're going to be in eternity? No. No, you're not. No, you're not. Not at all. But I will not let you come out here and make someone else, another innocent human being, a victim. I will not let you do that. This, everyone, is Marlena. This is the young lady that actually loves Summer Moon Utah Wells. She loved that little girl. Her little girl played with Summer. I see why Candus is very jealous of this young lady, and I see why she would want to throw her under a bus. And I'm sorry that they did this to this woman. I'm sure, you know, it's hurt her very deeply to know they have done this to her. That Don Wells has come out and tried to say that you know, a blue van was on his property a couple days before Summer came up missing, and he had to chase it off. But he don't tell us how he chased it off. Right? He don't tell us what kind of van it was. What it was, it light blue, dark blue, in between blue, right? You don't tell us none of that. Was the windows, you know, could you see in it? Were they tinted? He don't tell us anything about, it's just blue van, right? Supposedly on his land. And a couple of days beforehand, and he chases it off. And then and then Candus says, "Oh, I seen Marlena at the store, and she's getting in a blue van with Ricky, her brother." There was no van on your damn property 2 days before any day. This lady had nothing to do with Summer Moon Utah Wells in any way, form, or how. This lady loved Summer, and so did her daughter. They loved that little girl. And Candus Wells says, and when I met her up at the store, she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know Summer was missing, Candus. I had no idea." Candus, you're a liar. You are a liar, and I'm so tired of your guys' lies and going after people because you think they're fresh meat, and you think everyone out here is, you can gaslight us and pull the wool over our eyes and treat us like, we all have special needs or something. But I'm going to tell you, you ain't going to assault my fucking intelligence level, lady. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because I personally do believe you're guilty as hell. And I'm about to show everybody what a liar you are. Please stop the lying, damn it. Stop. Donald, you really need to tell the truth. You do. For your daughter. You need to tell the truth for your daughter, man. And for your mind, body, and soul. Because I know that shit's got to be getting to you. Secrets like that against your own child, just too hard to keep, man. That is too hard to keep. It's going to kill your ass. You old man already. And it's going to kill you. Right here, Candus. June 15th, 2021. June the 15th, 2021. Marlena posted this out for Summer. She posted this out for Summer. The day Summer came up missing. You let her know and everyone know that Summer was missing, Candus. She posted this out on her own Facebook, and there was people hitting her up off her Facebook. She was bringing awareness to your daughter being missing, and you're throwing her under the bus now. Man, with friends like you, people don't need no enemies, right? Friends like the Wells, don't worry about having no enemies. She goes farther. This lady goes farther. She posted this as well for little Summer, June the 15th, 2021 as well. You can see up there, June 15th, and it's 2021. Go look on her Facebook. You'll see it for yourself. Right here, June 15th, she posted this picture of little Summer. Right there. It's on a cell phone. So obviously Candus or someone had sent it to her. The last picture ever took of Summer. Right there it is. Right there. You want original? You want the original picture of Summer Moon Utah Wells when she went missing? Right here it is on this particular lady's phone. Right there. So you could use that to get your excellent view of the real picture of that day. But Don and Candus Wells got everybody believing that this lady's up there throwing peace signs and everything on their premises in a blue van. No. They need to stop. They need to stop. Stop lying on people. You're giving these people problems. You're causing problems for this lady and her family, and they don't deserve it. But you don't give a damn, because those are the kind of haters you are. It's awful. Start blaming the ones that really deserve the blame, Dom Wells. Candus Wells. Look in the fucking mirror. Blame the real person to blame. You. You. And you know it. And if you ain't going to blame yourself because you're scared of going to prison, then just shut the fuck up. Hide your asses in that house and let this blow over so you don't end up in jail. Right? Just let it blow over. Stop trying to make money off the back of everyone out here and off the back of your daughter and your children, because nobody in their right mind is going to donate to you to bring those boys back to sleep on that dirty fucking mattress right there. Right? We ain't going to bring these kids back to live like this. And as they would be. Right? As they would be. Once child services is out of there, they'd go right back to living like this. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. So, there you go. The only one that they're hurting, well, actually they, in my opinion, did hurt to the point this child's completely missing now. It's Summer Moon Utah Wells. You have to be awful damn evil to do what I believe these people have done. But I believe they're that evil. I truly believe, God's opened my eyes. He opened my eyes to how evil these humans can be. Don and Candus Wells are two snakes that you do not want to get mixed up with. They are two snakes that are very dangerous. And I don't think you guys know how dangerous these two snakes are. It would surprise you to know how dangerous they are. They're disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And to lie is unbelievable. Unbelievable. No stroke, folks. No strokes. She's wearing Dolly's t-shirt. Happy go fucking lucky. She had a fucking cold, a cough and a cold for a few days. Needed some medicine. Got the hell over it. Right? Yes, Ben Hill is a pet of snakes. That's true. But you got your crazy ones, just off the wall, freaking ping pong crazy Jody Sue, right? Your crawl out from under a rock weirdo Fred Hill, right? But then you got the Wells, who are super fucking dangerous, right? Super dangerous. They think that they are above, smarter than the law, and beyond and above the law, right? That's why they got that lawyer. And that's why Ronnie Lawson let us know about it. Ronnie Lawson has come out in every way he can to point the damn finger right at the real people, and nobody wanted to look. Nobody wanted to look. Because I think a lot of people think that, I think a lot of people feel that they need Summer's case. They need Summer's case to be out, to keep being out here. I think they learned it, they know it, and they don't mind to run around the bushes and everything, just feel congregated and be out here. But there's so many other children that need our help as well. There is a lot of other children, just a lot of children wishing they were up on the panel and getting the attention that Summer is, because they need to be found too. There's a lot of parents, like Michael Vaughn's mother said, I so wished everybody would have done Michael the way they did Summer, right? She so needed her son pushed more in order to find him as well, and he wasn't pushed. And I think that's why a lot of people don't want to face the truth in the Summer Wells case. Even though, every avenue leads right back to 110 Ben Hill Road. Every single avenue leads right back to 110 Ben Hill Road. It's not leading anywhere else. Everything else is a facade. Everything else is just fucking smoke getting blowed in the wind. It's bullshit. Marlena, I'm sorry I'm not saying her name correctly, but that was just smoke in the wind. It's pure BS. They knew it when they said it, but they said it because they're grasping for straws right now. They're grasping for straws and fresh meat, and she was it. She was it. And I'm done with that shit. I'm done with it. I can't do it anymore. I can't do the run around the bush when I know, the truth. I just can't do it. I'm not going to, I'm not going to sit and toy with this case any longer. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to entertain it. I'm not going to entertain a bunch of BS any longer where Summer Wells' case is concerned. Now, if everybody wants to look at, the Wells, and they want to see all the lies and all the bullshit, the Wells, and all the smoke they blowed up our asses, then we can talk about all of that. We can go there. But I'm not going anywhere else anymore. I think Jody Sue is just a plum. I think Jody Sue's just done went and lost it. I think she, and mark my words, when an arrest is made upon the Wells, what is Jody Sue going to do then? What is Jody Sue? We're all going to know she's been lying. Everything she said was a lie. Where's she going to go then? She's going to have to go hide. That's what Jody Sue's going to have to do. You know, she's going to have to go hide. She milked Summer's case and led people down, you know, she led people down one-way fucking alleys with all her bull crap when there was no truth to it. She was just trying to get at Andy because he left her for somebody else. And she didn't care if she messed up Summer's case or not because she never liked Summer anyway. And her back was against the wall. She needed money to get, you know, she was getting thrown off that hill. She had no, you know, she didn't know where or how she was going to get out of there. And she used Summer's case as a ticket to get it done. You know, and she's still using Summer's case. Right? She's still using Summer's case to try to get everything she can. Right? And that's why she's using Summer's case. That's why she's using it. That's why she's using it. I mean, I'm not saying that at some point, you know, Donald might have got Andy to, you know, help in some way. I'm not saying that he didn't. Because Donald will ask people to help him do horrible things. So I'm not saying that Andy didn't do Don a favor. But I am saying that definitely, if they're involved at all, that's the most they're involved with. Is right there. I think that little girl came back out of that house. Hold on 1 minute. I believe I had some content with maps. With the maps, I was going to show or was it on this one? I don't know. Let me see. Go back. No, this is not the content, the maps that I had. I have some content with the maps on it. Hold on. I'll see if I can pull that content up. Okay. Okay, I found it. Right here. Right here is the map. 174 Ben Hill Road, where footprints supposedly, well, actually a couple footprints were found, right? On Ben Hill. Well, let's go back to June the 14th, right? When Mr. Dobbs was up at the Wells house. Let's go back to June the 14th. I have a lot of people in here tonight, and I would love if they could hit the thumbs up. Please hit the thumbs up button to support Summer Moon Utah Wells channel here. please hit that thumbs up button and show this little girl that absolutely you support her. You guys love her, and you appreciate this little girl and her channel. Please do that. It don't cost a dime. It's just hit the thumbs up. That's it. I would so appreciate that. But here is the map of 174 Ben Hill Road, where, like, I heard only a footprint was found in one location and a footprint found at another location, meaning that, like, she was hopping on one foot is what it sounded like, right? It sounded like she's hopping on one foot. So, but now, you know, Cam saying 2 or 3. I did not hear that. I heard one footprint, one place, one at another, and there was 3 footprints, but it's only one footprint at each one of these locations. Now, was it the same foot? I don't know. But from my understanding, one was found between Jody Sue's, over on Jody Sue's side, between hers and another neighbor's property. One was found at 174 Ben Hill, and one was found out back of old Mr. Goat's cousin's house, between old Mr. Goat's cousin's house, which is Don Sherfy's girlfriend's mother's home, and the mother passed away, I guess, in June of 2022. But so it would be her daughter's home now, and Don Sherfy's girlfriend's home now, and I think the guy's name's John. It was between the Sherfy's girlfriend's house and another neighbor's, John. And the reason that the police report was made out in John's name is because it was more on his property than the old lady's, and so that's why they put it in his name as well. And there was a bunch of speculation a movie was going to be made, and so I'm sure he probably wanted it in his name anyway. And the old lady just didn't, you know, she was really sick and ill, and was having, you know, medical complications and things like that even back then. So, you know, it's not like she's going to be out there, you know, asking for things to be put in her name, right? I mean, she probably just didn't want nothing to do with anything, because she knew the wells like the back of her hand as well, right? And pretty much what happened anyhow. And that's just the truth. So, but I'm going to give you a view of this property, how far it is. This is a good video. But this, where the red dot is, as always on a map, that's it. As you see here, this is 174 Ben Hill is 1 minute down the road from 110 Ben Hill, right? Now let's go back June the 14th, 2021. It was in the evening. You know, Jody Sue and Andy Dobbs had showed up, and the wells came down to the end of the property, right? The wells came down to the end of the property. When the police got up there, ran Mr. Dobbs off, the wells, and Candus and Donald and Jody Sue and Andy and them, they all congregated down on the road, right? Talking about Mr. Dobbs and everything. And they, you know, partied it out a little while down there, and the kids are running all over hell and back, right? This is 1 minute down the road. The other footprint, you know, so, and let's remember, Jody Sue and Andy, Don and Candus, Jody Sue's kids, Don and Candus's kids all down there running around. Of course, they're going to be on both properties, right? They're going to be all over the place. So that footprint very much could have been made the night before with them kids running all over the place playing while the Wells and all of them were discussing Mr. Dobbs as children do, right? And then it became nighttime, right? Sun completely down, pitch dark, and they wanted to go find Mr. Dobbs. Don, Candus, right? Jody, Sue, and Andy. Of course, Grandis probably stayed there with the kids, right? You got Grandma staying there with the kids. Well, I'm sure the kids were running all over hell. Grandma watching them while everybody else is out trying to find Mr. Dobbs for what reason? I mean, why would they go looking for a super old man in the middle of the fucking night? At 3 hotel rooms they suggested to him. Why would they do that? They suggest 3 rooms. And when they couldn't find him at none of the places they suggested, they started going up and down side roads. And like Jody Sue said, every side road and dark hole they could go into to see if he might be there. Why was it important for them to find this old man? What was they going to do to him? Right? What was they going to do to him? What was their need? What was their need? Let's take that in consideration, because the next day Summer comes up missing. Right? The very next day, Summer comes up missing. And they was looking for an old man the night before, which is really freaking weird, by the way. But as you see, Don Wells on the interview panel said front door, and if you're standing at the front door, you can see Beach Creek. Right there it is. The front of the house, you can see Beach Creek. Well, right there's the basement door going to Beach Creek. And the other door, the back door they call it, is going out onto Ben Hill. It's up on the hill. Up on the hill. So there you go. On Don Wells. I don't understand it. I don't understand your lying. Right here's where they say they found the feet print. 174. This is the land that they said and matter of fact, if you want to buy this land, it's for sale right now. $174,000. $174,000. The person bought it. Guess what? In 2021, the person bought it for $12,000, or actually $11,500. $11,500. This is the land that supposedly her footprint was found upon, right here. And this also happens to be the land that Fred Hill took Ziggy on to show Ziggy the bones. Yeah, this is the land that Ziggy supposedly saw bones on as well, from my understandings. This land has, they call it fresh water. I guess a stream, some kind of stream runs into it. And supposed to have fresh water. That don't look like fresh to me. That looks pretty damn muddy, if you ask me. They did have this land in contract, and the person wanted out of it. It fell through, and it's back on the market again. So I don't know what's going on with that. but this is the land that supposedly Summer's footprint was found on. And this is the the rolling hills that comes along with it. This is from an air view looking down. Now, I don't know where the footprint was found, but this is the driveway that goes up, that starts up into it. This would come out onto Ben Hill Road. So did they find a footprint right in here somewhere? I don't know. I don't know exactly where the footprint was found, but I know it was found somewhere right here on this particular land that is right now for sale. So I don't know. Maybe it'll sell and the person that buys it will, sell the lumber or whatever off of it, have it cleared, and possibly find a grave if there's one there. Right? They'll possibly find a grave. Yeah. Yeah. Candus, is a mess, right? She's just a mess of a human being. And that's sad. That's sad that she's such a mess of a human being, but I don't know. Like I said, if you didn't do anything, if you absolutely positively done nothing, if you were 100% innocent, you're not afraid. You're not afraid to talk. You're not afraid to come out. You're not afraid to go on panels. You're not afraid to support your child. Right? You bust your ass to support your child. You do everything you can to support your child. And, the Wells don't want to go up on any panels. They don't want to go up on any panels that support Summer, this beautiful little girl. They don't want to go up on any panels that support her. They want to go up on panels that support them. That support them. Think about that. Right? They want to go up on panels that support them. That's afraid to ask them the hard questions, right? The ones that are scared to say, what, 3 days after your daughter came up missing, which side road was you parked on? Was, in the dark with the rain pouring down and Candus coming out of some fucking bushes? Can you explain to me where you guys were and what the hell was going on? Right? Because I would ask that. That's why sissified Don Wells doesn't bring his ass up on my panel. Because he knows for a fact that I'm going to ask him the hard questions, right? And he's afraid. He's a coward. Fucking cowardly lion. Right? He don't want to get asked the hard questions like that. He wants to go up on panels that's going to coddle him, right? And he can, he can talk about whatever he wants to because they're scared to stop him and ask him the hard stuff. Oh, well, he might drop down and then, I'm going to lose all my publicity. No. We're supposed to care about this baby. We're supposed to care about this little girl. We're supposed to be, trying to get answers for her. We ain't got time to kiss nobody's ass. We ain't got time to be coddling anyone. We need to ask the hard questions and get the right answers to bring her home. Right? To bring her home and get justice for her. That is what we're here for. That is what we're here for. I will not coddle the Wells asses. Because I truly 100% believe that Candus Wells is guilty as fuck. And I truly believe Don Wells covered it up. And he is lying and has been lying. For why? He's not getting the boys back. His little girl's gone. All he's got's the monster, in my opinion, sitting there that did it all. There you go. Right? And I hope you two are happy with fucking each other. I really do. I hope you're happy with each other. Because I sure the hell could not spend the rest of my life looking at someone that destroyed my whole family. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I just couldn't. There's no way. Could I ever stare at someone and how's it feel, Dawn? How does it feel? It's what I want to know. How does it feel knowing that you protected something because you didn't want to lose everything, but you end up losing everything anyway? How the hell does that feel? Did you really believe that you could protect someone that did a heinous crime like what happened to this baby, and God was going to leave the rest of your family intact for possibly another one of your children to end up like that as well? For you to cover it up also? Right? Are you crazy? I thought everybody understood that if you got a snake in the house, you got to get it out of there. Right? For everyone else to be safe, you got to get it the hell out of there. And in my opinion, Don Wells, you had a snake that already destroyed this child, and you was going to keep it around the rest of them? That's disgusting. That's disgusting. And I can fully understand. I can fully understand why you're covering up for her. Because you are no better than she is. You are no better than she is. You two are me and you, baby, against the world. And that even goes against your children as well. And anyone else. Don and Candus Wells are bonded. They're bonded against everyone and everything, including their children. You ain't going to win. You're not going to get the answers, and you're not going to win in a case like this. Just ain't going to do it. And Grandis ain't no better either. She felt telling what happened to Summer wasn't going to bring Summer back. It was just going to destroy everything else. And all she was worried about was sitting her ass up there in that camper with the rest of the family still there. She had no idea it was going down the way it did. Right? She had no idea it was going to go the way it did. Yeah. And now all she is a fucking accessory to the crime, right? She's an accessory to the crime, which you get put in prison for. There you go. So she can't come out. I mean, and if she went to police, can I get immunity? Well, then they would know she knows something, right? Then they would know she knows something. So she can't do that. I mean, not that they don't already understand, that who did it. At that point, they'd probably be able to prove it, right? Or at least prosecute on it. Yeah, they do. They do. They act like he's some kind of fucking rock star. No. Not at all. This is, if you want to know who the little rock star is, it's right there on my panel right now. That's the rock star. That right there is the one that needs all the attention and should have been getting all the attention from day one. Not those two piece of shit parents. The two piece of shit parents should have been getting the same attention that what's her name, Boswell or whatever, Boswell case. Yeah, the same attention that mother's getting. And that ass is sitting in jail right now. That ass is sitting in jail right now. It took a while to get her in jail, but they did it. And I bet you 10 to 1, same thing's going to happen to the Wells. You think law enforcement ain't working? They're busting ass. And I'm sure at some point we're going to see bracelets getting put on Candus Wells. Trust and believe that. And Candus knows it. She knows it too. That's why they lawyered up. I'd have been getting up every day, picking up tons of donuts and coffee, taking it to the police station. I would have been at home frying up chicken and making a huge picnic basket, right? Just in case law enforcement did show up. And hope that they liked it so much they'd keep showing up, right? Because that's what we do. They'd have pulled up to a barbecue. I'd have had them hanging around all the time. Please help us. Please. Not the Wells. Not cooperating at all. Yes. Evelyn Boswell case. Absolutely. Megan ran off and hid the body, just like Candus came out that driveway a first time, before coming out the second time looking for Summer, fakely looking for Summer. Evelyn ran off and hid that baby too, right? She ran off and hid it as well. Absolutely. Had it hidden the whole time. Only difference between Candus and Evelyn is Evelyn told on her. At some point, it took her a long time Took her a long time, right? To confess. Took her a long time to confess, but she couldn't live with it anymore. And that's what happens. That's what happens, man. When you do such a heinous crime to a beautiful baby, it will get you. It will haunt you. I wouldn't doubt that child wouldn't haunt you. I would not doubt if that child wouldn't haunt you. Right? Candus going to turn around and see Summer standing there. Saying, Mommy, what'd you do to me? Right? Candus better be careful. Because she might look just like she did when whatever went down. Right? Yeah. Scary stuff, man. But it happens. It happens. I promise you, in Quentin's video, it looked like a little child running towards the babysitter's house. Now, I ain't ever seen nothing like that. But I seen that. I seen it with my own eyes. I absolutely did. And you don't, these kids, those children had a lot of life to live. They had a lot of life. It wasn't their time to go. Right? And sometimes, they stick around. Sometimes they stick around. Absolutely. Absolutely, Rosa. And she did. She ran away, didn't she? She ran. Grandma ran like a coward she is. She hauled that backside right off that hill. She hauled that backside right off. I mean, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that there was not a collision between her and Andy, right? Because she was coming down one side and him down the other. They couldn't get out of there quick enough, right? They couldn't get out of there quick enough. I still have to toss a penny and wonder which one got gone first. Because I heard there was a race on that one. Yeah, it is a beautiful pic of summer, right? I appreciate that, Pat. It is a beautiful picture. And that's the way this baby should have been dressed every day of her life. And if anyone else would have had her, that's exactly what she'd have looked like. And that's why I put her in. That's why I put Summer in pictures like this. Because I want all of you to see the life that this little girl deserved. I want you to see the life that this little girl should have had. I want you to see the life that you would have gave her and she didn't get. I want Candus and Dom Wells to see what they could have did for their daughter and they fucking didn't. That's why I do this. That's why I do it. Well, they have to have a trial. Even if you confess to something, they still have to, I mean, I'm not saying she didn't go back on it, declare her innocence later, or, what I'm saying is she confessed where her daughter was and everything. She might have said that her daughter just, passed away on her own, that she don't know what. She just got afraid and put her somewhere, right? I don't know why they're putting her through, but you always, and I don't know about a trial. I know that she's waiting for her court dates. But I heard she confessed to everything. I heard she confessed that yes, she's the one that put her daughter in that shed, and that she knew. Matter of fact, I think she's the one that let them know where the daughter was. She confessed and told where the daughter was. So, I don't know if she's saying she's the one that did it, but I know she's the one that told where her daughter was at. That's how they found her, right? That's how they found her daughter. But was by her own mouth. So, but we all have to go to court, even if we confess or we don't. Still got to go to court, I guess. To be sentenced and everything. I didn't overly get into the Evelyn Boswell case. I'm sure if I did, I could tell you. When I get into a case, I want to know everything, not something, but everything. I want to know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. But I do know enough about the Boswell case that the mother cried bullshit tears, and I called it bullshit from day one when I seen her. I said, "Oh, come the hell on. I mean, bitch, you could act better than that. That was some sorry ass acting." Candus cry, right? It's called the Candus cry. It starts up and it comes out of the blue and disappears in the blue, right? Like turning on and off the water. And somebody really having emotions cannot do that. Someone that with real emotions, they can't turn it on like a water faucet, on and off. You can't do that. If you have real emotions, you're fucked up, and you probably have to go somewhere to get over it, right? I've seen nights that I absolutely had to end my life. I had to end my life over this little girl that's on this panel, right? I just had to end it. I mean, you have no control over your emotions like that. Absolutely not. Not if they're real. CJ said, "Lord, please let us find Summer. She was yours before she was born. We love her and want justice. In Jesus' name I pray, amen." She's his again as well. And that's what happens. That's what happens when we don't cherish God's gifts, right? When we don't cherish the gifts he gives us. That happens. I know it happens sometimes when we do cherish it. Right? It happens sometimes when we do cherish it. But obviously God needed Summer more than we did. Right? He needed her more. God does what's best for the person that he's taking out of this world. He does what's best for Summer, not us, for her. He knows that everybody's going to be hurt. You think God didn't know all of this was going to occur before he took Summer? Of course he did. Of course he did. But how many times was children's services up there and didn't help these children? How many times did these children pray not to be there and they were still there? God hears prayers. And if he had to take Summer to answer to answer those children's prayers of getting out of there, then that's what he did, right? That's what he did. It's sad that, she had to pay the price. She had to pay the price for the prayers going up to not be on that hill. I mean, we've all been children. We know how, if you're in a really abusive home, right? If you're living in an abusive environment, you want out. There's a lot of women, they might have not have been in a, abusive home as a child, but they ended up marrying an abusive man. They want out. They pray to God. They pray to God. They want out. They wish they would never got into it, right? And, when you got children praying like that, something's got to give, and maybe that's the only way that Child Protective Services was going to take them, right? That's the only way. They was getting ready to shut the case again, right? They was going to leave them there again. So Summer ended up being what saved the rest. That's how things happen. I think Don and Candus Wells have confessed early on. I think everybody's heard their confession and just ignored it. Donald says, "We'll see her in the resurrection." Right? That's what he said. What does that tell you? If a person's alive, on earth, you ain't going to say, "Well, we'll see them in the resurrection." You say, "Well, we'll see them in the resurrection." That means they're dead. And this was early on, right? Actually, I heard the night that she went missing. And Candus, I've got to get myself together for me and the boys. I got to quit. I can't worry about Summer. My boys are still here, and I've got to get them. And Summer always be with me. Well, she just told you Summer's not here. She just told you Summer's not here. Right? So obviously she knows where Summer is. And she said the boys are still here, meaning they're still alive. And she needs to, and breathing, she needs to get them back. And she's not going to worry about Summer because, Summer always be in our heart because Summer's no longer with us. And that that's a confession that she knows what happened. To me, that's a confession, right? Because I'm sure in hell not going to say that when you don't know where your child is or who took it. You're not going to say that. You're going to say, "I want my kid back," right? "I walked through hell to the end of this earth until I find it. I won't rest a day until I know what happened." You're going to be looking at every child inside the stores and fairs and everywhere and anywhere you go. It's going to, probably kill you at some point worrying about your child, right? It's going to have anger in you, right? I mean, you're not going to leave that property. You're not going to leave that property. You're going to load up a damn gun and hope that son of a bitch comes back, right? You're going to hope they come back. so you could give them what they deserve to do such a heinous thing. Because we all know that evil people return to the scene of the crime. And you're going to be waiting, not partying down, playing fucking games and shitting off like the Wells. Come on. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to entertain any other thoughts than the one I've got. Because the one I have has been stable from day one. It hasn't, it hasn't ever went anywhere. I mean, I've been, okay, I'm a human that loves to keep an open mind. I love to look in other directions, absolutely. But I did, and I don't find anything. I find a mental case. I found a mental case, Jody Sue. A weird Harold that looked like he crawled out from under a rock down the road. Fred Hill. Frank Lights. Don Sherfy and his sons that don't even live in the area. Wasn't around there, has no reason to be around there, and already been checked out by law enforcement. Frank Light was at work that day. They know where he was. I mean, Don and Candus Wells knows that all these people have been talked to. They have been checked out. They have been, and they all complied and cooperated with law enforcement. Every one of them. It's Don and Candus that ain't cooperating. No, it's not nobody else. It's them. They're the ones that lawyered up. They're the ones that threw all these other people under the bus to keep the focus off themselves. You tell me who's guilty. They're the ones that said, they absolutely know Summer didn't wander off. So you must know where she is. What happened? I mean, they have told us in so many ways. And then law enforcement told us, they let us know they came out of that driveway twice. Right? And Candus lying. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. And like I said, just like she's lying on this Marlena. Because she wants to get the focus off of her. She knows once the focus is where it really needs to be, her and Don's pretty much done. Right? They're done. Unless they want to answer to all the questions, the hard fucking questions, they're done. And they should have been done months ago. They should have been done months ago. We shouldn't even be here right now. That's what I'm talking about. Like I said, there is so many, like the little 4-year-old girl, missing. 5-year-old little sister found on the street. There's other cases that need our attention. They're not getting our attention. And that case needed our attention because those people need to be brought to justice. We need to back these children and let them judges know that we're watching, right? We're watching. We want these people prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So it will send a message to other people, don't be doing this. Don't be doing it. Either treat your children with the utmost respect and love and kindness and caring. Be the angel God has made you over them. Or give them away to someone that will. But do not hurt them. Because the only thing you're going to get is hurt yourself, right? With many, 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 many years in prison. Like you're not ever getting out. You're not ever getting out if you don't get the death penalty, right? You may get that. And that's the message we need to send to these people. Right? That's what I'm talking about. But, tonight I have a question for everybody. What the hell is that? What is this? Benny, what is that? What is that? We all thought Candus was pregnant, right? I don't think so. It's Benny, right? It's Benny. I finally figured it out. Candace crying. She's like, "You're just fat. You're just fat." No, sorry, Candace. She's like, "We gotta go see my mama. We gotta go see my mama." Right? Candace, there's mama. She's like, "Oh no, Candace. I think he's going to pack one there." Right? Oh, cute. Ronnie's the doctor. Oh, look what they had. Right? Look what they had. Ain't that cute? Ain't that beautiful? Okay, everybody. How did you like how did you like that picture show? Right? I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. I could I could not resist. Uh, that was some funny shit, right? that baby, that baby, that baby's hanging on to his leg, right? That was funny. I'm not gonna lie, that was some funny stuff. That was a little Ernie. That was a cute little Ernie too, wasn't it? Oh crap. How'd you like that picture show, Benny? Stuck your head. It was your head that time, dude. Right? That is hilarious. Yeah. Oh, they had baby Ernie. That's true. Oh God. Yeah, I am a mess, right? I am a mess. I'm not gonna lie. I embrace my craziness, right? I embrace that shit. me and my me and my crazy party down. we party we party together. I love it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Right? Oh shit. Absolutely. Absolutely lost. He is his homegirl. I don't think so. Not today. Right? Not today. Yeah, it's true, Pat. You need to. Right now, I can't focus on anything, my attention on anything but that funny memes, right? Those were pretty hilarious. But yeah, it it is important to keep our focus and attention on cases and make sure that everybody is getting a fair shake. These children, what, like, my God, you know, what more could happen? I mean, what more could happen to a child and what they've done to it, right? Like the little girl, the little 4-year-old. I mean, oh my God. Could you imagine what that child went through before life went out of it? Could you imagine, could you just imagine what happened to this baby before the Lord decided to take it? I mean, people need to pay for that, right? I mean, we can't let people go around and get away with that kind of stuff. You cannot allow this. I mean, it takes a heartless human being, a very heartless human being, like a monster, to be able to destroy a child, right? I mean, some of the hardest criminals in the world would not harm a child. So these bastards are worse than that. They're worse than the most hardened criminals in the world, right? Hurt, pick on a child. You're disgusting. Why do we care what happens to them? Why do we care? I don't care. The Bible says you got to have mercy to obtain mercy. They didn't have no mercy. If they had mercy, this little girl would still be here. So why are we having mercy? Right? Because I would have had mercy. I would have had mercy. If she got stung by a bee, I would have had mercy. Right? I'd been freaking out. Getting a stinger out of it. Pulling out my little freaking, first aid kit. Doctoring it up. Telling her, hey, it's okay. Don't cry, Don't cry. I feel other people's pain, man. I don't have to go through it to feel it. I don't have to be there. I don't have to be there. I have mercy. But I don't have mercy for people. I don't have no mercy for people that don't have mercy for a little child like this. I don't have no mercy for someone that could ever hurt a child. Actually, old person or anybody else. You have no business hurting anyone. No one. And you hit somebody and kill them, that ain't an accident. I don't give a damn if you meant to or not. Point being is, we know before we strike someone, they could die. And if they do, it's called murder. Right? And you striking them is the cause. So therefore, there ain't no getting back from it. Right? You literally and utterly murdered another human being. Whether it was, and for a child, it was willfully. It's willfully. Unwillfully is when someone's coming at you and you didn't want to do it, but they put you in a position that you had to. That's unwillfully. But this little baby right here, could not put anybody in a position to where they would have to do whatever was done to her to take her out of this world, right? And then I believe Candus took her out of the driveway, came back, put on a big shit show, and this is where we're at today, right? That's you know, that's what I feel. That's what I feel. I think Candus had a bad day that day. I just think that, and I've always thought it, she got up early that morning. She got up early that morning. She had a really bad freaking day. If something did not go down at the swimming hole, if something didn't go down at the swimming hole that made Summer not feel well and ended up destroying her after they got home, then, and they had to hide it as well, right? They had to hide it. Well, if you had to hide it, then you were doing wrong. You shouldn't have been doing it. You know, obviously it was something that you weren't supposed to be doing, right? Like giving Hunter twisted teas, right? You knew it was wrong. You know you ain't supposed to do it, so why did you? Because you don't give a fuck. You don't know how to obey the law. You don't know how to be a real adult. You don't care about no one but your damn self. And you have no respect for anybody. You hand people's children things they shouldn't have. Why? Why? You're supposed to be a parent. You're supposed to be against that stuff. You shouldn't want no one handing your child anything, and you should not be giving nobody else's child anything as well. But Candus and Dom Wells are criminals, right? They're criminals, and they do nothing but criminal activities. And if this little girl got a hold of something she wasn't supposed to get a hold of, and it destroyed her, they would have to hide it, right? I mean, True and Allie and them said, you know, she showed up at their house before, right? She showed up at their house before, thinking something was going to go down. And what was they going to do then? I mean, they didn't report it while it was going on, so I don't think they was going to report it after it happened as well, if it would have happened. So, this bunch of people are criminal-minded human beings, and regardless if your criminal activity, you know, if you're doing substances and things that you're not supposed to be doing, and your child gets a hold of it, that's not an accident. That's not an accident. That's murder. In my book, it's murder. You know better. You got guns in the house, keep them locked away. You know that your children ain't supposed to be around them. Don't leave them laying out where children can get around them. You lock them away, right? That's why they sell safes. That's why they, you know, sell the little safe boxes so you can put it in there, lock it up, and your child can't get to it, right? They have a key that locks the gun. They have a key that locks the box. You know, right? And people had guns for hundreds of years. Yeah, there was, you know, a few accidents out hunting and things like that, but for the most part, like 99.9%, no one ever got killed or hurt with the gun, and they hung over a fireplace. So, with that being said, but you knew if you touched that gun, you got your ass whooped too, didn't you? You knew you ever touched that gun, you were in trouble. It wasn't, oh, you touch that gun, go stay in the corner. Right? Right? No. It was, you touched it. You're get out to the woodshed, right? I want to see you in the woodshed. This ain't gonna be easy. Trust me, it's gonna hurt me a lot more than it did you. I don't think so. Right? Because it seemed like daddy or mommy was able to sit back down. You weren't. I thought they should have been standing too. It was going to hurt them worse than me. I didn't know how they sat down in the chair, right? How the hell you sitting down in that chair? You told me it's going to hurt you worse than it did me. My blistered up bottom can't touch that chair. You know? That's when you realize, that's when you figure out your parents lie. But yeah. I mean, if her and Grandis bought something in that, even though it's legal to sell it, right? Even though it's legal to sell it, it's illegal to let a child get a hold of it, right? It's illegal to let a child get a hold of it. So, but I don't think that's what happened. I personally believe that Summer got home. I believe she got in the house. I believe she came back out that door, the back door, which is the kitchen door, the one she got sent into. She came back out, after Candus thought she was going to get rid of her for a while. She came running back out. And I think Candus just needed someone to vent on. And this little girl was it. I mean, she hit Donald hard enough to bust his eardrum. She could definitely hurt this child hitting it like that. And we already know from what True said that Candus goes for the child's head. True said that the boy went down the basement to wake her up, something important, and she boxed his head off, right? She could have hurt him real bad. Just lucky he lived, right? Lucky he lived. So we know she has a history of violence, and we know she attacks. And I think that's exactly what she did that day, right? And she wants to say it's an accident, that she didn't mean it. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You did. You meant the minute you attack a child, you mean to inflict bodily pain and harm on it. Just like you would anybody else you attack. And you had no business doing it. None whatsoever. You just rechanneled aggression. And your child could die from it. Wow. Real smart, right? Real smart. Yeah, she did. She would, knock them kids around. Absolutely. That is not an environment that any child should ever be in. Do you ever think that Dom Wells sits back and he thinks about, what kind of environment he had his children in? No food, not enough food to feed them. No decent clothes on their backs, right? Did he ever think about, not even a decent bathroom to use, right? You have to wipe your ass and throw it in a bucket. Not even proper plumbing system, right? The place stinking all the time. Bunch of cats and dogs and, disgustingness, right? I mean, I understand someone having a couple of pets, I understand having a couple of pets, you know, 1 or 2 dogs, maybe a couple cats if you want them. That's great. But when you start, you know, 15, 20 of them at a time, that's insane. That's insane. And not even feeding them, right? Not even feeding them. Same way you're not feeding the kids. And he's fighting to get them back to live in that again. Are you kidding me? Did he ever look at that mattress? Did he look at it? You know, I mean, I understand that people want their kids, but how about wanting the best for them, right? How about wanting clean beds for them, a bath every day for them, hot meals on the table for them, snacks for them, you know, proper clothing, shoes. How about all that? How about, you know, a decent education? Someone really caring about the report cards, if it's straight A's and B's or not, right? How about that? Exactly. All they thought about was, you know, living it up, right? Him and Candus. All they thought about was their cigarettes and their liquor, right? Their cigarette and liquor, and partying it up constantly, and cussing, hollering, and carrying on at them children, half feeding them. You know, those kids ran to school every day to get breakfast and lunch, right? Because all they was going to get is a freaking dollar store pizza when they got home. A dollar store pizza. Summer was out that whole day, no food. Not a breakfast sandwich. I mean, a breakfast sandwich is what, $1? You can get a breakfast sandwich for $1. $1, right? $1, Candace. $2. $2. What about your daughter? A breakfast sandwich and something to drink. $2. But you'd rather buy baits for Hunter and twisted tea. And that twisted tea probably cost, you know, $3 or $4. But, you know, instead of buying your kids some breakfast sandwiches and something to drink, you bought illegal substance for a minor that he wasn't supposed to have, right? Trying to suck up and kiss ass with them. That's what you did. That's what you did, hon. And we all know it. Every last one of us know it. And that's freaking sad. Danny, I appreciate it, hon. Thank you. God bless. I got a super chat, everybody. Super chat. Yes. Absolutely. God bless. I got a super chat. I'm going on up here and find out, see if I missed any more. You know, I get to playing the videos and talking, and I'm so sorry because a lot of times it just gets by me. And it just gets by me. But I so appreciate the support for this channel. God bless. And I just seen another one somewhere. The chat goes by really quick. Oh, there it is. Peppy. I appreciate that. Another super sticker. God bless. Absolutely. I so appreciate it, hon. I appreciate it. God bless. Yeah. I just believe, and I believe I'm right, that, the guilty party is the Wells. That's just, absolutely, how I feel. I don't think Donald, I do not think Donald did anything to his daughter. I don't believe that. I absolutely do not believe that Donald did anything to his daughter. I really don't. And I'm not standing there accusing this man of doing anything to his daughter, because he was at work. He had alibis. He was, looked over and checked out. And also I know that the law was always going to Candus, not Donald. They wasn't coming to Donald's work or anything. They was going to Candus's house constantly, looking for Candus, so much that Candus started going to work with Donald to keep from being there when they come, right? She got so afraid. She got so afraid of them, she wouldn't stay there. She'd leave. She would leave and she started actually going to Donald's work in fear that they was going to come up there and talk to her. Or that's what Donald said anyway. He said that, she didn't want to stay home because, they were up there all the time. And she thought they were interrogating her. And he was tired of rushing home, doing 90 to try to get home, because they were there. So there you go. There you go. And if that don't show guilt, nothing does, right? Guilty. I mean, I'm sure Michael Vaughn's mother would have, Michael Vaughn's mother wouldn't have called her old man to come rushing home. If law enforcement shows up, I think she's going to open the door up, invite him in and talk to him, right? Because she's innocent. She ain't going to, run somewhere and hide so they can't come and talk to her. She's going to open that door up, and she's going to try to figure out everything and anything that she can to find her son, right? And, and that's just how people do it. That's how people do it. And and even her old man opened the door and cooperated with the law. And he was looking at some points there, he was looking super guilty, right? He was actually, I had my eye on him. He was, I heard he took a lie detector test and didn't even pass it. So, but he said, hey, it's because I felt so much guilt over what happened to him, right? He still stood there. He still, from my understanding, stood there and, strong and bold. Cooperating, and every time I seen him at law enforcement, he was there. Anytime they was on the news, he was there. He wasn't writing no letters. He was talking. Candus just shows a lot. She shows a lot of, of guilt, deceitfulness, guilt. I mean, put it this way, if she ain't hiding something, she sure is a damn good actor when it comes to that. She ain't a good actor when it comes to crying, the waterworks. She ain't a damn good actor, any other time. I mean, you can see right through her bullshit. But she's a hell of an actor when it comes to, showing that guilt, not wanting to come out and talk, not, always acting like she's interrogated. Well, the only ones you can interrogate is guilty people, not innocent ones. If I'm innocent, you're just talking to me. You ain't accusing me of nothing. And even if you was, you need to get back to the drawing board, right? Because that's bullshit. It's bullshit. Don't go there. Don't even bother to go there. And that's what I would be telling, right? I would be telling the person. You know, they want to sit there and have a liberal conversation about, the truth and what really might have happened. We could do that. But still, at that point, you're going to say, look, I understand, that you got a job to do and you've got to look at everyone as a suspect, right? You got to look at everyone as a suspect. And I understand that to the fullest. But I'm not a damn suspect. I'm an innocent person. And we need to work together to get this done. Candus didn't, she didn't go about it like that. She went about being interrogated. Oh, they're trying to. I always want to leave. I want to go. Can't cooperate. And that was her way of getting out of it and not having to talk about it. And and that's the stunt. It was a stunt. She pulled it on Dr. Phil. She pulled it on law enforcement when for the lie detectors test, right? The first one. She's pulled it. She didn't even, she tells everybody she has to go to law enforcement the next day and she stays home, didn't even try to go. That shows guilt, man. That right there shows guilt. She was scared. If you don't do anything, you're not scared, right? Grandis went, Donald went, Candus stayed at home. They had to send a police car for her. So, you think she's not guilty? I respect that. But I think she's guilty as hell. I really do. I will stick with Ronnie Lawson and the law enforcement in Tennessee. I will stick with them. I will stay on their side of the fence, looking in the same direction they're looking, 110 Ben Hill Road. And I bet you 10 to 1, at some point, like I said, bracelets are going on up there. They're going to get bracelets at some point. Right? For real. Yeah, she did think Dr. Phil, yeah, exactly. And and I'll tell you another thing. Donald was holding his breath. He was holding his breath. Did you see the relief he had when he thought he smoothed it over on Dr. Phil? When Dr. Phil said he didn't think they did anything, the relief that fell over Donald, that it's like, oh my God, I can't believe we got this over on you. Yeah. I'm going to tell you, man, observation is worth everything, right? If you actually know how to use observation on a human being, man, you'd be surprised. You don't even have to talk to them. You can learn a human's whole life by just watching them from a distance, listening to them from a distance. Unbelievable how much you get to know. You get to know somebody better than your damn self, right? Exactly what kind of human they are. Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Um, Tell me you don't trust Lawson, PG. I absolutely do trust. I absolutely do trust Ronnie Lawson. Absolutely. I can't say I don't trust Ronnie Lawson. Um, because I do. I um Ronnie Lawson Ronnie Lawson is just like anyone else, right? What I'm saying is, let me let me put this in a way. I'm trying to bring it down to layman's terms. Um, I trust Ronnie Lawson. I trust Ronnie Lawson as a sheriff, as a sheriff in Hawkins County to do his job when it comes to when it comes to I trust Ronnie Lawson to do his job when it comes to you. If you're in Hawkins County, if we were all in Hawkins County, I trust Ronnie Lawson to do his job when it comes to us. Right? Absolutely, and he will. And he will. You break the law, you will pay for it. Ronnie Lawson upholds the law when it comes to all of us, even the Wells. But he don't uphold the law, right? He don't uphold the law when it comes to his own, right? And hey, is that not everybody? If you was in the position, if you were in the position to be able to get your child out of trouble, you would. We all would. I see mothers every day saying, "Don't call my kid a thief," knowing their kid's a thief, and knowing when they get in the house they're going to whoop their ass because they know they did exactly what the person said they done. But out there in public, that mother was protecting a thief because it was her child. It's what people do. You know, I think you would be abnormal if you didn't protect your child, protect your own. I say you probably ain't got the real parenting love that you're supposed to have if you're not standing up and willing to walk through hell for your child, no matter what kind of child you got. Look at Benny Key's mom, right? Look at his mother. But I understand her because that's her son and she loves him. That's her son. She loves Benny. So I don't put no fault on her. None. Right? I mean, I'm sure behind the scenes she tries to tell Benny to do right. She tries to tell him to walk the line. She's a real mom. But that's still her son, and she feels like she has to stick up for him because she loves him. That's what parents do. We all do it. We're all guilty of it. Oh, mommy of six. I appreciate it. Wow. Thank you, Peachy. Purple Heart. God bless. God bless. Oh, there's my sweet Norway. To my dear friend, I send you much love and hugs and love and much love to my family in chat. Summer. Much love to Summer. Oh, sweet Norway, much love. It is beautiful to see you in here. It's beautiful to see you in here, hon. God bless. God bless. We so miss you. We absolutely miss you. I know I do. And we keep those prayers going up for you, lady. We keep them prayers going up, right? All of us keep those prayers. We keep those prayers going up for you. Yeah, I love that woman. I love her. I absolutely love her. Miss Norway, we pray for and love you. Absolutely. God bless. Yes, we do. Hello, Norway. Many prayers for you. Amen. Oh, I appreciate that berries and cream. Love that picture of Summer. Yeah, I thought she would look so beautiful in that dress for Valentine's Day, right? Easter, Valentine's Day. We're going into spring. We're going into spring, so I put her in some spring clothes, right? Beautiful. I agree, Sharon. I agree. I so agree. But he did the job wrong with handling his son. Um, you know, put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you have an older child. An older child. I'm not talking about little kids. I'm talking about if you have an older child. Okay? Older, young adult, middle aged. If you have an older child you're not so happy with the way it conducts his life, and you often blame yourself for that, put a one in the chat. And you often blame yourself for the way that child conducts his life. You feel like if you done anything different, if you would have spent more time with it, or you would have maybe been a little more stricter, or you would have, you blame you. You don't blame it, you blame you. You feel guilty. You feel like it's your fault. Yeah, a lot of parents feel that. Ronnie's no different. Ronnie Lawson is no different than us. And with that guilt, and with that kind of guilt, is why we try to protect them, because we really feel that is something we done to cause them to be the way they are. Right? Right? But I'm going to tell you now, it's not. It's not my mother's fault. I know that that's how she felt. And it wasn't her fault. That me or any of my siblings got into trouble. It wasn't her fault, for the way any of us was. I mean, when I was partying out and acting crazy and doing all the things that I was doing, it wasn't her fault. Absolutely not. Those were my choices. It had nothing to do with her. It wasn't about my parents, right? It wasn't about them. It was about me. It was about me. It was about, for my brother. It was about him, right? My older sister, well, we can't even throw her in there because, oh my gosh, she was just like perfect all the time. So I'm not even going to talk about her, right? I mean, she didn't ever do nothing. She didn't do anything for him to feel guilty about. I mean, that was like role model, perfect child, right? Yeah. So we ain't even talking about her tonight. But exactly. I blame my kids for me. I woke up in the morning and looked like I just got out of an electric chair. that, that is some that is some funny stuff, Debbie. Sure. Oh my gosh. That is hilarious, right? Yeah, I would tell you. Man, man, I can relate to that. I don't know why, but I can relate to that. I, I have often I have often felt like I got out of one, right? Yeah. Oh, shit. That is funny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked again, right? Oh, my kids are good, but my middle son has stressed me out with buying oh, yeah, beautiful sunflower. My gosh. My gosh. My One of my sons told me the other day, "How you like this car, Mom?" He was looking at cars on the internet. Um, and I took a look and it was a convertible. I'm like, I don't like it. Why not? I said, it's convertible. Oh, that's those are so sweet, right? They're sick. Um, well, if you're sick, you don't want it around you, right? But yeah. Um, yep, convertible. I know what I got to look forward to in the future, right? No, and a motorcycle. Oh my gosh, that it. Oh, he better not ever. I won't even want him ever staring at one of those. Right? Mm. You get killed on them things. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't think Ronnie's. I don't think Ronnie's. I don't think I was upset with Ronnie there for a while, and and maybe so because we don't know who, we don't know, we don't know how close Ronnie is to, you know, how. What I'm saying is, I think Ronnie don't like to check the pocket of his friends, right? I don't think he likes to check the pocket of his friends. And we don't know if he's friends with the Wells and Andy's and Jody Sue's and them or not, right? I know Andy's mother he's pretty good friends with, you know. And I think Ronnie likes the buddy system, right? He likes the buddy system with everybody. And you know, and that don't work out. That don't work out for me, right? That don't work out for us. We can't have a buddy system. But I don't think he has a buddy system with the Wells. I really don't because he's called them out. And I think Ronnie's let us know in every way he can. Every way, like I said, he has pointed his finger up there every way he can, and nobody's watching. What else could he do? I mean, what else can he do? Right? If we're going to fight it, then you know, I mean, he's trying to do his job where Summer's concerned, but nobody's listening. Absolutely, Brenda. Absolutely. And drugs and alcohol are more important to a lot of parents than their children. The Wells ain't the only ones with that problem, right? They're not the only ones with that problem. There's a hell of a lot of them out there, you know, doing this, right? I mean, the dealer's the only one dressing well, eating well, and living well, right? You ever see a dealer? You ever see a dealer's kids? You ever see a dealer's kids or his girlfriend or his wife driving a big ass brand new, usually, SUVs? Kids are dressed, kids are all dressed in the latest everything. I mean, $100 shoes on their feet, right? Those kids be stepping out like like rock stars, right? They look like they belong in Hollywood. His old lady's nails are always done, her hair always done, all the weaves and everything, right? Wearing wearing like the finest clothes. Crazy. They got gold. Even the kids are wearing gold chains, right? Crazy. But it's the Don and Candus Wells of the world making them rich, right? They're the ones making them rich. They're the ones that's putting putting the dealer in the big house, nice cars, beautiful clothes, kids in private schools, right? And his own children, you know, eating fucking corn dogs and fighting over the last piece of bread, right? Or a dollar store pizza, the whole day's meal, a dollar store pizza. Um, yeah, exactly. You know, it's sad. It's sad. But that's the choice. That's the choice when daddy gets paid. That's the choice he makes, right? That's his choice to make. um, Dealers, to be honest with you, most dealers, they most dealers drink and smoke a little, you know, they they smoke a little bud. That's it. That's it. I mean, they're not on that other shit. They're not even on it. And but they know other people are and they get rich off of it, right? That's just how it is. you know, I mean, if it wasn't for the buyers, dealer wouldn't have anybody to sell to. They'd be out of business, right? Somebody's keeping them in business. There you go, right? Somebody's keeping them in business. I say, and if they wasn't getting it there, they'd be getting it somewhere else, right? So why are we so hard on the dealer instead of the users, right? I think the users are the ones that need to go to prison, right? The users are the ones that need to go to prison in order for us to be able to put the dealers out of business. We're doing it ass backwards. We're doing it ass backwards. If you get caught with substance in your blood, you should have to do 30 to 60 days in jail. If an accident happens, you get took to the hospital, you got substance in your body, 30 to 60 days automatically. As soon as your ass gets well, you go to jail. Right? That would stop the users. Then we wouldn't have to worry about no dealers. I know they don't use the users. Nobody uses the users. You know, that ain't true. The users is using them to get what they want. And a lot of those users, run up a tab, they don't pay. They try to gain the dealer's trust. And then, try to go to somebody else. Like I said, they get it from you, they're getting it somewhere else, right? So an only way to stop it is, like I said, you get caught with substance in you do 30 to 60 days. That's it. I mean, no get out of jail free. You go to jail for first time 30 days, second time 60 days, and the next time, 6 months. And I bet you 10 to 1, a lot of people quit using. That's just the way it is. Oh, we got amen. Toasty Treats became a YouTube member. Toasty Treats. We got a YouTube member. Amen. God bless. I appreciate that. Mary Hartman's Dinner and Drinks and Tasty Treats. Isn't that Domwell's sister? Isn't that Domwell's sister? I think it is. Oh, Mary, why don't you come up, hon? Let me send you a link. Come up and talk to me. Take the link and come on up here, hon. I was like, I seen that before somewhere. I watch her cooking channel. I absolutely watch her cooking channel. She was making cabbage rolls. I think it was cabbage rolls I was watching. And I was watching her make some kind of plate of food the other night. It looks so good. It was a whole plate of food. It was like, I think like barbecue. It was like barbecue. I was like, wow. Yeah. I don't do good on stove tops. I got to keep fire department on speed dial if I cook on top of the stove. Mary, it says device not connected. That happened to me over at Yeah, it says they will need to connect their mic and cam before you can add them to the screen. You got to connect your mic and your cam, hon. Connect your camera and your mic. Okay. How you doing, Mary?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
See. Hold on. Yeah, let me see if this starts up.
There you are. So what do you think about your Donnie out here going mayhem?
Oh, I was wondering how long it would take him to come back to YouTube.
Oh, I knew he would. Did you? I knew he would. I
Yeah,
was
I
like,
knew he would. Yeah.
mm-hmm,
Yep.
mm-hmm. And
Yep. I
I
knew
don't
he
know if you
would.
got the
Yeah.
pleasure to see him go mayhem on me at over on Miss Daisy's.
I
He followed me up.
didn't.
Yeah, he followed me up there like a stalker.
Really.
Yeah, and then and he came up there, and then he's like, "Where's Prayer Garden? Where's Prayer Garden?" I was right there, right? Then he got
Uh
mad when I
huh.
dropped off, you know, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not dealing with it. I'm not dealing with it. I mean, Mary, I got to be
Right.
honest. I think Candace is guilty as hell. I don't care what anybody says. I believe she's guilty as hell. I'm sorry, but I
Yeah.
do. I do. I
Mhm.
absolutely believe that she did what she did to this beautiful little girl upon the screen. And I'm done with them running around the bush. You know, they went and tried to say that Marlena um, had something to do with this now. Fresh meat for them to throw under a bus. And you know, Marlena didn't do anything but love this little girl. She put, up on her Facebook for people to help find Summer and everything else.
Mhm.
And they went and accused her now. I won't put up with that. No innocent people don't deserve to have their family destroyed by the Wells, accusing, them, and then these people get attacked, right?
Yeah.
It can destroy your
Yeah.
life. It can destroy your life.
And that's one thing Donnie's always done. He's always blamed everybody else for anything that he's ever done in his whole life. If mostly my dad. He's blamed a lot of it on my dad. But yeah, if he can, he will blame anybody that he can for anything that's
Oh
gone
yeah.
wrong in his
Oh
life.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yep. He
mean,
won't.
he
He
had
won't.
me he had me believing that you and your sisters were just and your mom were the worst people in the whole world. And
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and I, like I said, I got to apologize for that, because you're right. You're right. That's what he does. Just like he's
Yeah.
making people believe that Marlena is a horrible person. She's not. The horrible people
Yeah.
is your brother, is Don Wells
Yeah.
and Candace Wells.
Yeah.
They're the
Yeah.
horrible people. And I'm so
Yeah.
done, you know, having them lead us lead us all over the place, going around in circles. Ronnie Lawson's
Hmm.
right. It goes right back to
Yeah.
them.
He just needs to come out and say what they did with her, what happened. But I don't
Exactly.
think that'll ever happen because he's not man enough. He's I don't know. I have to say it. He's a piece of shit. That's
He's
my
protecting
words for him.
Candace. He's
Yeah.
protecting
Yeah,
Candace.
I'm sure he
It's
is.
him and
Yeah.
it's him and Candace. When we get married,
Yeah.
I mean, like you and your husband. When you and your husband got married,
Yeah.
your mom and dad did not lose a daughter; they gained a son. What I'm
Yes.
saying is,
Yeah.
you and your husband, now you guys, now you just become a bigger family. It's more people
Yeah.
to enjoy Christmases, enjoy the holidays, to enjoy time together. It's more the
Mhm.
merrier, right? But not Don and Candace.
Yeah.
Don and Candace think that it's
Right.
him and her against everybody else, and they make you miserable.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the sad thing is, they were even against their children. They were against their own babies.
Yeah. Yep.
Then babies slip in dirt.
Yep.
They slip in
Yeah.
dirt.
Mhm.
And
This-
do
Yeah,
you
I
see
just
him come? What do you think about him wanting money to get the boys back?
well, Josh was talking about that a week or two ago. And I was in the chat and I was telling everybody, I'm like, well, if you guys remember right, didn't Cher hire him a lawyer like about a month after the boys were taken? And he never ended up showing up for that appointment with that lawyer. And Cher asked him, why didn't you go to that appointment? And he said, because it was too far. She's like, dude, it was only 45 minutes away. Why didn't you show up? She
Exactly.
had a lawyer for him and everything. He never took advantage of it. And now he's coming back wanting 10 grand to you know,
He knows
for
they're
his
not giving
boys
back.
back.
He knows they're
Yeah,
not giving the boys back, right?
yeah. Oh yeah, I'm hoping. I really don't think they will, but he's blaming all these YouTubers for his boys being taken away. I'm sorry, but CPS is not going to come in and take your kids away because of hearsay on YouTube. That ain't the way it works, you know?
Um, hold on a minute, and let's see why they took the boys away here. Let's take a look at why they took the boys away. Could it be right there? Could it
Right?
be right here in this very picture is why they took the boys away? Do you got one child that's ever
Yeah,
slept on a mattress like that?
right? That's gross.
That's damn disgusting.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
That and
Yeah,
this is what they want to send the children back to.
yeah, right.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
No,
you can be poor and live in a crap hole of a house, but you don't have to be dirty. You know?
absolutely not.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
those children were infested. Donald told me himself that they were infested with scabies. That they had scabies,
yes,
lice. I mean, lice is, why they was cutting each other ball headed.
right.
And, and they were ate up. I mean, you could just see their skin where they were ate up with, ticks and fleas and whatever else. And
Yeah,
it was gross. It was gross. We even seen a picture of Allie sitting at their table picking bugs off the dog at the dinner table. That woman wouldn't have ever did that in
right.
my home.
Yeah, yep.
Mm-mm.
See, and the wife that he had before, Pam, and his two other kids, that's how they lived.
Oh
It
my
was
God.
terrible. Yeah, they constantly had lice and scabies and silverfish in the house, roaches.
That,
When Donnie came down here
hmm
to Utah and moved in with my mom and dad, it took my mom and dad like 8 months to get rid of the roaches that he brought with him.
Oh my gosh.
You
Really?
know? Yeah, it's terrible. And
And
Donnie's felt that every time he's moved in with them.
you said when they were down there that he wouldn't let you even talk to Josie.
Mm-mm. I had went no, no. I had went over there the one day, and Josie was because they were staying in a motor home out in the driveway that my dad had, and um, Donnie was at work, and I walked in the house, and Josie was in the front room watching TV, and I went in there to sit down and talk to him, and he seemed just really shy and timid. I kind of got him to open up a little bit. I was asking him about school and stuff like that, and Donnie came in about 5 minutes later, and he looked at Josie and he said, "What the hell are you doing in here?" And Josie looked at him, and you could tell Josie was scared.
Oh
And
wow.
Donnie told him, "You get your ass out of here and you get in the motorhome. I told you never to come in here when I'm not here." And yeah, and I told Donnie, I was like, "Dude, he's okay. There's nothing wrong with him being in here. He's fine." And Donnie kicked his ass all the way out to the motorhome.
Oh
So
wow.
yeah, it's
And
wasn't a good situation.
let me ask you a question, Mary. I mean, for me, I think children are the best secret keepers in the world.
Yeah,
So many of them get so abused in every way we could think of.
yeah,
And they don't ever, some don't tell till they get older. Some don't ever share it at all throughout
right,
their whole life.
right,
Um, do you think it's possible? I mean, Don ain't allowed to be around the kids. He ain't allowed to see them. And that's because that he was doing what they asked him not to, and that was get Josie off in a corner somewhere.
right.
Um, do you think do you think that it's possible that the children have been told, coerced and afraid to you think they even if they knew something they'd be too scared to tell it and fear that they're going to be sent back?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that 100%.
That's what I'm
Because I
afraid
don't
of.
know, I think, I don't know, just the way Donnie was with Josie when he was here and the way he acted around Donnie, it's like Donnie put the fear of God into him, literally. So, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. They're probably scared. They probably think they're going back there,
Mhm.
maybe someday.
I think
And
so too.
they're probably in fear of what Donnie or Candace would do to him. I wouldn't doubt it at all.
You think that might be why they're trying to jump on it right now and get them back? It's because they're they're actually scared that if the state, because after so long the state will adopt your children out, you lose permanent custody.
Right,
Do you think
right.
that do you think that that's why they might be fighting, because they know if they lose permanent custody and the boys feel safe, they might talk?
Yeah, yeah, they might. And also, I don't know. I know Donnie's been on a lot of YouTube channels before he went to jail and stuff, and he said a lot of things, and I think that's why he was trying to get a hold of that one lady to help him put um, that thing into motion, where kind of like a law or something go into motion, something about saying stuff on YouTube and it not being able to be used like in court or in cases or anything like that. I think that's probably why he was trying to get that pushed through too, because there's stuff that he said that he don't want coming out in court.
Oh, yeah. That I
I don't
always
know.
thought from the beginning, we'll see her in the resurrection. That tells us she's not with us
Wasn't
anymore.
Yeah, wasn't that his first words on that
Yeah.
very first interview with the news?
Uh-huh. I believe it was.
Isn't that what he said?
Mm-hmm.
Who
And
says that? The day after your 3 days after your daughter goes missing. Who says that on public television?
he said it a lot
Right?
in the lives, other lives
Oh
too,
yeah.
right?
Yep. Oh
And
yeah.
and then
Yep.
Candace comes along and says, because Candace wasn't really talking there for a long time, but when she
Right.
finally hit the scene, she says, my boys, they're still here, they're still with me, and I got to get them back. And well,
Right.
Summer, she'll always be with me, like in my heart,
Mm-hmm.
saying that she's dead as well, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Well,
how
Donnie knows. Donnie, he's so adamant that they're never going to find her body. He's very adamant on that.
I think they moved it a
Yeah.
few times. I'm not gonna lie.
Probably.
I
Yeah.
truly think that her body had been moved, because I do know when he was working in Jonesburg there, wasn't going to work for a long time. I believe that he was in the wall, in one of those units in the wall, because one of the finally, when he did get back to work, there
Mm-hmm.
was a guy came in and was wanting to heave and puke and hollering, "What the hell's that smell in here? Oh my God, it smells like death."
Mm-hmm.
And the guy's like,
Wow.
I'm not staying," because I was going
Uh-huh.
to get off the phone so he could talk to this guy. And
Right.
the guy went running back out of there, and Donald was trying to say that it was the mud or what. And I'm like, oh no, because
No.
I've worked in construction. I've done tons of drywalling and
Mm-hmm.
I've opened buckets of mud.
Yeah, it don't
But
smell like that. It smells like a cement type smell.
it looks worse
Yeah.
than it would ever
Yeah.
smell. The You
Yeah.
can tell when mud's burned, because it turns and you know um dries up. It turns and gets chunky, and but it don't smell. It doesn't
No.
not like death or anything. You
No.
know,
No.
it don't even get a sour smell or nothing
Mm-mm.
like that.
Mm-mm.
And this is
No.
like opening it up a year later, right?
Right.
After you've used it before, opening it back up. No,
Yeah.
uh-uh.
No.
And
Mm-mm.
I mean, if you leave this, you know, um, the tool in it, the spackle tool down in it,
Mm-hmm.
now it'll turn, leaving the tool in there and make it turn like a little green or black or some color.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, for the most part, it's like
Yeah.
it doesn't do anything. I
Mm-mm.
mean, it's crazy. It's almost like paste, right? It's like a jar of paste.
Right. Right.
And for him to say that, I'm like, oh, I thought maybe, you know, he farted or possibly, um, took a dump somewhere in a bucket and was going to, throw it out or, you don't know. And,
Yeah.
I mean, I had no idea, but still I reported it, to TBI and,
Right.
um, but he wouldn't go in there for a long, long time. And
Really.
then, yeah, and then he was talking about some caves up in the back of his house that, he thought that Frank Light had rode up there on a horse and put Summer in a cave. And I was like, what? And,
Yeah.
but then when I told it on my live, he's like, what are you trying to do, sissy? Get me put in prison? I'm like, what?
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know,
He was just trying to blame it on somebody else. Trying to. I mean, through this whole ordeal, how many people has he actually blamed for his daughter being missing?
I don't
At
know.
least 10. At least 10.
I lost count. I promise
Yeah.
you, because he threw the yellow car under the bus that he knew had been cleared. Mr. Dobbs was like one of the first, right?
Yeah.
And no, the first one was was Dudley, the guy that worked with him. He fired and
Yeah.
screwed out of his money. Then it
Right.
was Mr. Dobbs. Then,
Right.
after that, it was this red truck, right? And then we started going down to, the light boys. And then we went down to, he even blamed
Right.
Andy and them across the road. And he blamed, some other guy. Um, there was so
Yeah.
damn many. It was
Yeah.
like every day someone and Sherfy and Don Sherfy's son and I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
and don't forget every predator that's in that area as well. You know, but he was blaming everybody and anybody. He even blamed you, his sisters. He
Yeah.
blamed Chris M. He
Yeah.
has the nerve
Yep.
to ask me, just ask me, where's Summer, sissy? Um,
Yeah.
you know what, Don? Uh, I'll know if you tell me, right?
Yeah.
I'll
Right.
know if you tell me, buddy,
Yeah.
and then
Yep.
I'll let everyone else know, you know? So
Well,
why don't you pick it up?
even on that phone call, there was a phone call that I had, and I'm sure everybody's heard it. I was asking him, because he kept calling me. He's like trying to get me to get Jeannie to not press charges against him for raping her, you know. And
How is that going?
it's going good. We've actually had 3 Zoom meetings with the DA in the last couple of months. So yeah, it's still going. So yeah. So hopefully, it'll be soon. Yeah. Yep. So
Well, praise God. Praise
yeah.
God.
Yeah. So yep. And so anyways, on that phone call, he was asking me. He says, "Well, what does Jeannie want? What does she want from me? How can I get her to stop this?" And I said, "Well, I think she really just wants you to tell everybody where Summer is, what you did with Summer, what happened." And his response was, Oh God, no, 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 no. I can't do that. I can't. No, I can't do that. That's where it was his exact words. So you know he
Oh,
knows where she's at. He just don't have the guts to come out and tell everybody or go to the
he
cops
didn't.
himself.
He didn't say, "I wish I could, Mary. I don't know myself." He's like, "No, no, I can't do that."
Yeah, yeah. He's like,
Oh
no,
my
no,
God!
no, no. I can't do that. Those were his exact words. Was no, no, no. I can't do that.
If he didn't know, he would have said, "If I knew, I would, but I
Yeah,
can't because I don't."
yeah,
That's what I'm saying. They are
yeah.
getting caught up, right? They are
Mm-hmm.
getting busted,
Yeah,
and no one wants to listen. No
yeah,
one. I mean, like I told everybody, Ronnie Lawson let us know exactly who it was when he said they lawyered up. They're not cooperating. Abductions off the table, right?
mm-hmm.
I mean, Ronnie's
Yeah,
saying, look, 110 Ben Hill Road. Focus there,
yeah,
folks, right? We, the law enforcement knows they just they don't have enough yet to prosecute.
yeah, yeah. But it'll the truth will come out sooner or later.
And in the
You know.
meantime, Donald wants
Yeah,
to Donald wants to keep the pot stirred up so that him and Candace can keep making money off the back of these
yeah.
babies. And we cannot
Mm-hmm.
continue to allow that, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
$10,000. Really what he's wanting is at first he said 7,000,
Yeah.
7,000. And I said, "Oh, wait a minute. He's been in jail. It's mandatory about 50 to 60 bucks a week per child." I added it up.
Right.
It came to about the 7,000 mark. Um,
Yeah.
I said, "Damn, they want to put a nest egg in their pocket after paying the child support, right?"
Yeah.
But why should anybody pay anything for him when he has $110,000 property sitting up there that he could borrow against?
Right.
He has
Right. Yeah.
a $20,000 vehicle they could borrow against. I mean,
Yeah.
these are their children, right? They're
Yeah.
responsible for their kids. Nobody's going to pay
Yeah.
our child support.
Yeah.
I mean, if we got hit with it, we'd
Um.
have to take care of it ourselves, right?
Yeah. Yep. Let me ask you a question, Sissy. Why is
Go
he
ahead.
living in a motel?
I'm going to tell you the truth. He popped up on my live the other night. He was at
Mm-hmm.
home. That was Monday night. He popped up on my live and he was at home. Um,
Oh, okay.
and on the 19th, the law was called for domestic violence at his residence, the 19th of this month. He's supposed to be in Arkansas in a hotel, but they're having domestic violence up on his property. So, no. What it is he's trying that little game. I'm at a hotel. People give me money, support me. You know what I'm saying? When indeed he wasn't
Right.
at a hotel. Maybe for one night, him and Candace went to
Right.
spend there, and it's bullshit. He's at home. He's
Yeah.
absolutely at home. I know he was Monday night because I popped him up, and then I seen their filthy house.
Oh,
Shit
right.
everywhere. As soon as I
Right.
seen it, I knew it.
Yeah.
And he had some lady there, one of their gophers, right? And
Mm-hmm.
there
Right.
pops up and says, "I'm not done wells and this." I know, but you're standing in his house right now doing their evil deeds for him, with a missing little girl that needs to be found. How are you feeling,
Right.
you dumb bitch?
Yeah.
How can
Yeah.
you
Yep.
how can you um aid and abet these people with this missing child in their evilness?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't do
Yeah.
it.
Well, sooner or later, it's all going to come out, and everybody that's ever sent him any money or followed him or been by him and they think
Treated him
he
like a
can
rock
do no
star.
wrong, you know what? They're gonna swallow. They're gonna eat their words. They're gonna feel
Hmm.
ashamed for giving him money when this all comes out. Just I
And right here's the rock star, right, Mary? This is the little
Yep.
rock star. This one
Yeah.
right here is the one we
Yeah.
need to all be focused upon. This is the one.
Yes.
This is the real victim. This
Yep.
is the little girl that everyone
Yeah.
needs to be focused upon
Yeah.
and not the Wells. You know, Don
Yeah.
Wells said Candace had a
Yeah.
stroke. Did she look like she had a stroke to you?
He's lying. He's lying. He said she had a stroke when this all first happened. But that was only
Thank you.
because he frickin' calls me. He calls me and he's like, and I was asking him because I thought she had a stroke. Well, she was drunk. I didn't know that. But I was asking him, I'm like, did she have a stroke? And he goes, no, she's just drunk. And I'm like, oh. Well, the next day he comes out and he's on YouTube and he's telling everybody that she had a stroke. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
Oh my God. Exactly. You know, and I'm gonna tell you, you should be careful about stuff like that because you know God might just let it happen to you. You know,
Yeah,
I'd be afraid, wouldn't you? I'd be
yeah,
scared.
yeah,
Man, you don't play
yeah,
that game.
yeah.
You know,
I mean,
I
he,
often wondered how wonderful it would be to, you know, lay in a bed, play sick, and get waited on one day. You know, because it ain't no fun when you're sick.
right.
But you think how great it might be if you know you weren't and played it. But I'm
Yeah,
I'd be too scared to do that. I'm
yeah.
like, no, absolutely not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't know. I just wish he would just man up. You know what I mean?
I you
Man
know
up and
I thought if anyone was going to break, it was going to be Donald for her. For that's his little mini me. That is his little mini me. I mean, she looks just like him, right? And he always
yeah.
talks about how much she loved him. How come he doesn't ever
Mm-hmm.
say how much he loves her?
And another thing, all this love for her and everything. Oh, sure, I understand that. Have you ever heard him say once about how much he loved the boys or how much they loved him? Not
No,
one word. Nope. And him always sitting there saying, "Oh, I always knew something was going to go wrong, with her with being with Candus." What about the boys? Didn't he ever worry about the boys with Candus?
right. You know,
You know?
the other brother, the other brother's just like a year or so older than Summer. I mean, he's just as little as Summer, right?
Yeah, yeah, he's
And
pretty.
they go back there. He could be next. And do you think they're going to tell? Do you think they're going to tell what happened to him as well?
Mm-mm. No, no,
You
no.
know, I always heard, you know, that history's bound to repeat itself, right? It's
Yeah.
bound to repeat itself. And you know,
Hmm.
Candace hurt that first little boy of hers, got away with it. Now
Yeah, that sucks.
she thinks she's getting away with this.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah,
Do
but
you think she won't do it again? She definitely would.
exactly. Yeah,
She
she would.
definitely would.
Yeah. And it wouldn't put any. I wouldn't put a pastor to be pregnant right now. You know,
I thought she was. I thought
is
she
she?
was.
Maybe she
Um,
is. I
I,
hope they take it away from her if she is, because if not,
mhm.
that poor thing's not gonna make it in
But
this world.
I don't know. There was some guy up there spending time with her,
Mm.
and you want to see it? I think he might be.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
She's trying to convince him, and he's just fat. Oh shit, he got taken to mommy. She's
Yeah,
taking
gotta
him to
love
mommy.
that. Yeah.
Look,
Oh my
mommy said,
gosh,
I
right?
think he's pregnant. I think he's pregnant, Candace.
Oh, that's
Look.
funny. Oh my gosh. There you go. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's great.
They had Ernie.
That's funny. Yeah, that's great.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, and I don't know. I had a couple of weeks ago. I was just scrolling YouTube, and came across a live that Benny was in, I believe with um, what's her name. But
Daisy.
Donnie had come into the chat, and it just amazes me that he sits there and he like tries to play up to Donnie. Oh, hello,
Mm-hmm.
sir. How are you, sir? Oh, don't believe all the stuff you've heard, sir. Kissing up to him, and it's like, really, Benny? Why even be nice to him? He's an asshole.
Right. Exactly. Because some YouTubers, they really do it for the money. They
Yeah.
absolutely, honestly
Mhm.
do it for the money.
Yeah.
You know, I don't do it for the money. Everybody knows I don't do it for the money. I don't have cash
Right.
app or nothing.
Yeah.
But, you know, and I mean, it it costs me to run my channel. It costs me to pay
Yeah.
for all the apps and stuff that I make these pictures and I do all the things I do. Anytime I'm
Right.
searching for, information and stuff,
Mhm.
you know how YouTube or the um world of electronics is everything costs
Yeah.
money. Everything. You want to
Yep.
research? Okay, money,
Yeah.
so much a month, so much a year.
Yeah.
Um, they bust me in the mouth constantly.
Yeah.
And I mean StreamYard went up to $50 a month,
Yeah.
you know?
Yep.
And
It's expensive.
it
Yeah.
is. It is.
Yeah.
And he
Yep.
come up on Miss Daisy's trying to act like somebody, and like I told him, I said, I'm gonna let you know right now, it costs me to do what I'm doing, to run Summer's channel.
Yeah.
And you can kiss the backside of my freaking ass.
Yeah.
I got so fed up, I couldn't even stand looking at him any longer. I had
Yeah.
to just leave, I had to
Yeah.
leave because he disgusted me.
Yeah.
Because I know he knows, and I know he can get this little girl wherever she's at. I know he can get her and give her a proper burial, and he's refusing
Yeah.
her that. And by
Right.
refusing her that, he's refusing his son's closure as well.
Yeah.
And that sickens me. And I hear the middle boy is really dealing with a lot because Candus called his name when she said, "Watch Summer."
Oh.
And he feels so guilty now. And it's
Right.
none of this is his fault, and he needs to know that, he needs to, in
Yeah.
order to live a normal, productive life in the future, this little boy needs to know this. But are
Well,
they going?
hopefully they've got him in therapy or something.
They do. They
Yeah.
do. I understand he needs more than any of the rest of the kids, because of
Right.
all of that. And it just angers me that they can put people through that kind of punishment and not care. Do they have any love or kindness or anything in their hearts at all? They're so
Mm-mm.
fucking
Mm-mm.
evil.
Yeah, they don't. Donnie has no empathy for anybody, not even his own kids. He has, and in Donnie's mind, he does no wrong. You know what I mean? I don't know why he thinks that, but he thinks he can do no wrong. He sits there and plays and tells everybody, plays it out and says, "Oh, we had it good, and I was working, and we had a good family, and my family loved me, and all this, and we did
Mm.
this and we did that." Really, Donnie? The only thing I could
That
see that
ain't
you've ever done is drugs.
that ain't what he told me. He told me that, you know, that he said his childhood was a walk through hell.
It might have been when he was with his mom and his stepdad, for the first till he reached 12 years old and then came to live with us, you know. And because Kelly, his stepdad, he was an asshole. He was a total jerk. I did not like him. I felt bad for the kid, for Donnie and his sisters, for even having to live there with him, you know. And I'm sure Donnie probably did go through hell with that guy, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
but up until he came to live with us, Donnie was like, I don't know how to put it. It's just like every time he got in trouble, my dad was there to rescue him. Anytime he did anything wrong, my dad was there to rescue him.
Yeah. Yeah. Daddy, I think that his dad I think his dad felt, reliable for a lot of things by the divorce and everything. And I think that he felt that, and I know he knew of the abuse and everything that Don and his sisters were going through with the stepdads and so
Right.
forth. And I
Yeah.
think the dad was just, you know, making making excuses and provisions that he shouldn't have been making.
Yeah.
Um, because he wasn't helping Donald. I think he thought he was helping his son, but at the end
Yeah.
of the day, he was only creating a monster that
Yeah.
we are now seeing and
Yep.
exists in this world that you can't
Yeah.
believe, that you can't believe
Yeah.
exists, right?
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I asked my dad one day. This was just well, it was probably about a year ago. I asked him. I said, "Well, why does Donnie always blame you for everything, you know?" And he's told me he that Donnie thinks that my dad threw him away. And I was like, "What?" I didn't really understand what he was saying, why he said that. I don't understand why Donnie thinks my dad threw him away. I don't understand that. Because my dad's been there. You know what I mean? For
All the
him. I
all the
mean,
way up to when all the way and up until now. Like when
yeah,
Donald called him and wanted anything, this man tried his damnedest to get it if he could.
yeah, yeah,
He tried to get it and help his son. You
yep,
know, um,
yep,
Donald's always talked real good to
yeah,
me about his dad. I mean,
yeah,
he's always talked real good about his dad, except for
yeah,
his dad leaving his mother, and you know,
yeah,
and he had a little animosity and hatred towards his dad
yeah,
about that. I know,
right,
but
right,
then I understand that he couldn't have cared a lot for his mother because she needs help at the end of her life. She needs help, calls him down there to stay with her, to hang with her, to help her. And I hear he played music and just drove her crazy and, made her life a living hell.
hmm, yeah, yeah. Well, he was there for, I know he was there for about when he very first moved in there with her. And I believe this was before he met Candus. And he was doing a lot of drugs and stuff, and she ended up kicking him out. And then that's when he took off. And I think he went to Arkansas, and I think that's where he met Candus.
Right.
And then they got together, and then they came back and moved in with her. So,
With Josie. They had the
yeah,
oldest boy at that
yeah,
time. That he was born in Arkansas. They were living when Candace and Don got together. Donald was
mhm,
homeless in a van, and Candace moved in that van with him,
right,
and they were like hobos, basically. Homeless people.
mhm,
And
mhm,
when you're homeless like that, you
yeah,
learn to suck people in. You learn to get people to try to trust you, and and use them up
mhm,
and mess them over.
yeah,
And this is just the life that they lived, the life they loved, and they haven't ever really changed, have they?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that's the way he lived before he left Utah too, with his ex-wife Pam and his two kids. That's how they lived. They lived in God terrible, terrible places.
Well, when they moved up, they Pam and him actually went to Tennessee, and old
Yeah.
Mister Goats let them put live in the trailer down on the front of the property,
Mhm.
and from my understandings, the neighbors all said that, they were a nightmare.
Yeah.
That, that they
Hmm.
didn't take care of the kids, and
Right.
the neighbors were the ones usually supplying and taking care and giving for the kids, and it was a mess. And finally, the law just came. I don't know how they figured out he's there, but they did, and I guess they just pulled up one day. Probably Mr. Goat or even his own mother turned him in. Somebody
Hmm.
did, but
Yeah.
they pulled up and took him off. And
Yeah.
then I heard that Pam packed the kids up and took off shortly after that as well. You
Right.
know,
Right.
but Pam
Yeah.
had to be better than him because she didn't lose her children.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
she hung on to them and raised them, the best she could. And,
Yeah.
you know,
But yeah, they lived in filth too.
right.
It was terrible. I mean, like I said, Donnie hasn't changed not one bit. You know,
He's not
just
ever
got
going
just a
to.
little older.
He's not ever going to. He talks all this righteousness and how he wants to get with God and he wants to, do all these good things.
Well,
But
God is never going to forgive him for his sins until he confesses them. I believe
amen.
that's in the Bible, isn't it?
With an open mouth.
Yeah, isn't that
Absolutely.
in the Bible?
Yes, it is. It
You
says you
have to
have to go
confess your sins before you can be accepted.
with an
Well,
open mouth.
Donnie, you
That's
need to
right.
start confessing
Yes, he does. You're supposed
because,
when you get baptized or when you get saved,
hmm,
you're supposed to drop to your knees
right?
and you're supposed to confess your sins to to the preacher or the minister, and especially to God, right?
Yeah,
And from
yeah,
there you're supposed to immediately, if possible, get baptized and get your eyes open
hmm,
so that you can actually
yeah,
see the cesspool you were in, and
yeah,
you don't know that person. You don't want to go back to that person, and at that point then you got the Holy Spirit within you to help guide you and lead you, in the righteous way that you need to go.
hmm,
But I don't
yeah,
Don or Candace has any of that, if you ask me. I mean, I
mm-mm,
don't know, but I don't it don't
no,
look like it. It don't look like it.
yeah, yeah, nope, nope. And like I said, he just, I don't know, sissy. He's definitely different, you know.
Yeah, he is different. And I mean, I think we've all, I know for myself, I know for me, myself, I have begged this man. I have begged him to please, please, please tell where this little girl's at.
Yeah,
Please, um,
yeah,
let her be put to rest. And even more so, her brothers to find peace and
yeah,
you know, and the
yeah,
things that they need, the closure and everything they need upon all of
yeah,
this as well. It's not about the people out here, you know, it's Donald, it's about your daughter and your sons and your family. This is about you doing something for you because you're doing it for you and you do it for them,
yeah, yeah,
you know? So even if
yeah,
you are a selfish human being, man, you're still doing it for you, right?
yeah, yep, yep, for sure. Yep. Well, I'm gonna let you go, sissy. Thank you
Oh,
for letting me come up on panel, and maybe I'll
oh,
come in again or
I
something.
absolutely appreciated you coming up. I mean, I think that allow I think you allow being raised with Don Wells and being around him all those years. I think it allows the people out here. I wish they could see more of you. I wish they could
Yeah,
see more of you. And
yeah,
and I wish that Summer, from the arms of Jesus or the angels up there, whoever's holding her right now. I wish
yeah,
we could see more of her aunt supporting her as well.
yeah. Right.
Um,
Yeah,
wherever
yeah,
she's at, I wish
mhm,
she could look down on Aunt Mary and see that you've got her back and you love her, and you want her to be found and brought home, and
yeah,
closure as well for
yeah,
everyone. Um, it's
Yep,
really
that would
nice
be
to have
awesome.
you.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and everybody in chat. Thank you for all the good words and everything, and yeah. So just come over and see my cooking channel. I've got lots and lots of good stuff. So
Oh yeah, you was cooking something. Recently I was watching it. I think it was barbecue. I think it was barbecue. Oh, it
was
looks
that?
so good.
Yeah.
You definitely, you definitely know how to cook. You
Yeah.
definitely know how to cook. Are you going to do anything for Valentine's Day? Are you going to like show people how to make like maybe, some heart-shaped cookies, maybe some tea sandwiches and
Yeah.
maybe
Something, huh? Yeah, I was gonna make up a couple of Valentine's baskets and then do a live and give them away on my channel and maybe give away another quilt. So yeah,
oh wow. That's awesome. That
yeah,
is absolutely awesome.
right, yeah,
God bless.
yep.
Absolutely. Yeah,
So
I do support your channel. I do support your
yeah,
channel, girl.
right,
I
yeah,
love your channel because as I said, I have when I cook on top of my stove, fire
hmm
department on speed dial. I can
right,
bake. I can bake. I promise you, I can bake anything. But when it comes to
yeah,
frying something, whoa, look
right,
out! Fireballs
yeah,
hitting the ceiling.
yeah.
But
Well, go
yeah,
over and
I
check
mean,
my channel out and some things that you think you can't make. Just and if I've got a video out there for you, just follow my directions. Everybody says, "Oh my gosh, you give out so good directions that it can't help to come out right, right?"
you
So,
know what I'd like to see you do is a brisket. I've always
oh, okay,
wanted to make one of those, but
right,
I'm so scared it's going to be like, nobody's going to be able to chew it. I mean,
right, right.
eh,
the
I
the the secret to doing a brisket is to cook it slow and long, usually like on the grill, like around 200 or so, and just if you've got just a regular grill and it's got like two spots that you can light on fire on both sides, you take and just light the fire on the one side and put the brisket on the other and let it just cook really slow for like 6 8 hours, and yeah,
oh, will it fall apart then?
it'll be good. It'll be great. Oh yeah. Yep.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Can you do one of those in a crock
Yeah.
pot? You could do
I
it.
don't see why not. I don't see why not. The texture might turn out different,
Mm.
but yeah, you could. I'm sure you could. Yeah.
I
Yep.
see a lot of people cooking crock pots and stuff. Do you ever cook in crock pots?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've got a couple of videos out there that I've done with the crock pot, but yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I
wow.
think like my chili verde, I think I done in the crock pot and a couple other things too. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yep.
like the crock pot, I can do like the meatballs in the crock pot. I can do, the barbecue, the little,
Mm,
sausages, barbecue, that you put the toothpicks in for parties and
yeah.
stuff. I do
Oh
those.
yeah, the little smokies. Yeah.
Yeah, smokies.
Yep.
I could do stuff like that, but when it comes to that crock pot, I'm a mess as well. I promise you,
Right.
I have to. I bake everything. Like I even bake my bacon.
Right. Yeah. That's a good way to do it though. Yeah.
I do.
A lot of
I
people bake
mean,
their bacon.
I can make a mean chuck roast. I can make the most best steaks in the world. Potatoes, baked potatoes. I mean, if it can go oven, I'm there with it. But
Right.
if it's stovetop, forget it. Like I even burned the bottom of my macaroni and cheese. It's terrible.
Right. Yeah. Well, get on over, and if there's something you can't make or you don't think you can get it right, and if I've got a video out, go ahead and look at it because I'm sure you'll be very satisfied with what I've
I
been cooking.
appreciate that. And
Yeah.
if anybody has, she might even cook if you have something you're interested in. She
Yeah.
might even do that for us, so we
Yeah,
can
dude. Yeah.
leave a
Like message
suggestion.
me or something. Yeah. Let me know.
Absolutely, I
Yep.
appreciate you coming up, Mary. God bless. Much
You're
love,
welcome.
hon.
All right. Well, you all have a good night, okay?
You too, sweetie.
Take care.
You too. Wow, that was beautiful. Well, you heard it even from Mary. You know, I mean, she knows. She knows. And like she said, she was talking with Donald, and instead of him saying, Mary, I wish I could, I wish I could, he says, Nana, I can't do that. I can't do that, right? There's a big difference in I can't do that, as in I know, but I can't say, and I wish I could, but I don't know, right? And I think if he didn't know, those are the words he would have said to her. And it's things like that if I was a detective or law enforcement, I would go and ask him why. Why did you say, why did you say I can't do that, I can't do that, instead of I wish I could, but I don't know myself, right? I would want to know that answer, especially when there's a 5-year-old beautiful little girl right here needing to be found. I don't think law enforcement is pushing the Wells hard enough. I just don't think they're pushing them hard enough. And I don't think YouTube ever pushed them hard enough as well. I think, the creators are so um you know, how do you put this? How do you put this? I think the creators are so intrigued. I'm trying to say face here. That's what I'm trying to do. And I'm sorry, it just ain't working for me, right? It's not working for me. If you took note, I really tried not to cuss much tonight. I'm, you know, actually trying to be a civil human being, right? For Summer's sake and everyone else's. But I'm probably not going to pass this test right now. Um, I don't think YouTube has, has been hard enough on the Wells as well, because I think that they like to click likes and views. So they kind of pucker up and humor and kiss the backside of these people's ass in order to, you know, have all the people flock in and say, oh, Don Wells is there, Candus Wells, woo. No, no, no. We got to stop that. We really got to stop that. They're not rock stars. This little girl is. And the Wells, I think, in my opinion, they should be treated for exactly what and who they are. A couple fucking liars with a missing daughter that they done not a damn thing to bring home, to help, or to do anything with or about. No flyers, no stuffing mailboxes, no stuffing cars, flyers on cars, no taking them inside of every store and putting a stack there so people could view them and see them. Absolutely nothing. Nothing normal. I understand everybody acts differently when it comes to trauma. Nobody has to tell me that. I know this. I know we all cry differently, right? I understand that. I understand we all handle our issues differently, right? Okay. But you know what? One thing we all as humans have in common. When we love someone, we will go through hell and walk to the end of this fucking earth to do whatever we have to do to help and save them. It's what we do. It's how we are. And no matter how we're grieving, every damn one of us would have been hammering and nailing. Every one of us would have been stuffing mailboxes. Every one of us would have been knocking on doors. And we would have been peeking in the back of that house, and we would have been listening with our ears wide open for even a breath that might belong to our child. So I do not want to hear about the fucking Wells. I'm doing things differently, because no, they didn't do nothing at all. It's not, they didn't do nothing at all. They didn't do it differently because they didn't do anything. That's guilt. The only thing they done is tell us where their daughter wasn't, because they knew where their daughter was. And they sit back and they didn't do a damn thing because they knew it was a big waste of fucking time to do anything, because they already know. And it is what it is. It just is what it is. And, you know, I got to accept it. I got to face that truth. I got to accept that truth. And I got to understand that truth. And I got to do it for this little girl. I got to do it for her brothers. I got to do it for myself and everyone out here. I've got to do it for all of these other people that they're throwing under buses and getting attacked for no damn reason at all. These people are innocent. They done nothing, but they're walking through hell, because that's what the Wells love to see and do. Cause everybody else misery, and I will not allow no more misery to be done. I won't. I won't, unless that misery is going up on 110 Ben Hill Road in their faces. It's time we all face the truth and start looking at the real fucking culprits to all of this. And it's not nobody else. It's nobody else. All of them people have been checked out. Don Wells knows damn good and well half the people he threw under the bus had already been, you know, law enforcement came up there and said, we checked them out, they're good. But he threw them under anyway, because he wanted to get the focus off of them. And if you're wanting to focus off of you, then you must have done something, right? Because you wouldn't feel the focus is, you know, you wouldn't care if people focused on you or not if you're innocent. It's only when you're guilty you want no focus. That's what I'm trying to say. Absolutely. Absolutely. What they have said, just listen to what they have said and their behavior. That speaks volume. Absolutely. Summer is the only one who needs help. Everyone else is fine. There you go. Summer should have been their top priority. That should have been their number one focus, because she's the one needing to be found. These people don't love and care about no one. They are heartless. They are heartless humans. They did a 6-month plan with Child Protective Services, which has now turned into 18 months. Are you kidding me? Who in the fuck could do without their children? I don't even want to do without my children long enough to go to work and come home. I don't want to do it. We are forced to do it, but I don't want to. I don't want to. When you love your children, you want to know where they're at every second of the day, because this world is so horrible. This world is so horrible that you feel like you can't take your eyes off of them, right? And they did a 6-month plan. A 6-month plan. Most parents don't want to do 6 minutes, right? He has not been cleared because his boss is a liar. Don Wells has not been cleared because his boss is as bad as he is, from my understandings. And I think law enforcement is very, up to date on his boss, to be honest. So, and as you heard Mary say, his son was scared to death. He kicked him every step of the way back to that camper, letting him know that he wasn't to be in that house. He wasn't to be talking about nothing. As I told you, they got them kids trained. Don and Candus Wells trained their children to keep their mouth shut when it's important to keep your mouth open, right? They trained those kids. They're not the normal. That they got. Here's my thing. They got a lot of dirt. A lot of dirt when they silence their children from talking. There's a lot they don't want no one knowing. And if you don't want no one to know it, then it's probably no good, right? Don has 7 alibis. Well, like you said, Candus has none. So, Donald, we appreciate you. We appreciate you letting us know at that particular time in a roundabout way who was the culprit, right? Who was the culprit in all of this? And she was actually trying to turn you into the culprit, right? I mean, when Candus talks, you can tell she's lying. When she talks, you just know she's lying, right? I mean, how do you not know how do you not know? How could you not know she's not lying? Because when I hear her talk, I mean, when I seen her sitting in that chair and, doing the interview and the way she looked over at Donald, right? And she sat there listening very intensely to his every word, like, don't say it, dumbass. I mean, she was holding everything she had. She was holding everything she had, thinking, she didn't trust him talking, is what I'm saying. She did not trust Donald talking. She was afraid, scared to death. And I think the whole time, and I think that's why he loved talking, is because it kept her on edge. It kept her scared, right? And he loved it. He loved it. He relished in it. Her fucking misery and fear was all his pleasure. And that's the truth. Hey, hon. Yeah, exactly. It definitely was. It definitely was, his pleasure for sure. I don't care what anyone says. It doesn't take 13 days to get yourself in front of the news camera. Every parent who cares anything about their kids knows this. Absolutely. Absolutely, Amy. He could have been, you're right. You're right. And that, that is even, and I don't think they went to the news station. The news station, I think somebody called and the news station went to them about their daughter missing. They wasn't going anywhere. they was going to try to just, you know, they was hoping this case did not catch the attention it caught. And Donald even told me that he wanted to shut it down. But stupid ass Candus started getting all kinds of money and, you know, wasn't wanting to let go of it. And then, you know, and he still was. And he still was until they started getting 500s and even more than that. I mean, if you guys knew what I knew, you'd be like, wow, they were getting shit tons, like tons and tons, like not 10, 20s, 50s. They were getting hundreds, 500s, and even way more from people. And they were out buying. First thing they did is went and got all new cell phones. Cell phones. And then after that, you know, expensive Ray-Ban glasses. And from there, it was just living the life. And Donald was no longer going to the one breakfast place that he stopped at every day. He actually started going to other places, right? He started going to nicer, better places, right? Where he was going to one old place and getting the same thing. I mean, you know, his bacon, his toast, you know, egg, you know, certain thing every day, one price. Nope, man, all that changed. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. And Candus was sitting up there, you know, hobnogging and feeding these, you know, these, well, what they called them was suckers. These suckers. It was a bunch of old ladies coming to her rescue, just trying to get information. Like they said, look, sissy, you know as well as us that all they want is information, right? And I was like, yeah, I'm sure they are. I mean, exactly. But, you know, that ain't no reason to call them suckers, right? And take them to the cleaners. But they were. And, you know, they were. Exactly, Amy. Exactly. I mean, girl, I am right there. I feel you. I know exactly what you're talking about. Absolutely. Absolutely, man. I would have been like, you know, I'd have been like everybody and anybody. I would have been begging, please. I mean, please. I put myself and my kids all in one room, and anybody coming to help. I mean, you stay with me. You know. I mean, we'd have got a barracks put up inside of my house, right? There'd have been a barracks in there for people to stay. I mean, it would have looked like a diner in there, right? It would have looked like a diner. I mean, I would have had people volunteering to run the kitchen, people volunteering to search, right? I mean, I'd have had tons of ropes and ammunition, whatever needed to get out in them woods. I mean, if there's a possibility the child wandered off, I am going to, you know, absolutely come help. Please help. I mean, you know, it's crucial in the first days because that child could still be alive and a chance of bringing it home and saving it. Please help, right? Please. Not them. Not them. I'd have told old Johnny Law, I don't give a fuck what you want. This ain't your daughter, it's mine. And this is my land. And anybody that wants to come here and help, they are more than welcome to get up here and do it, right? You are not going to stop that. You're not going to stop that. You're going to have problems with the news stations because I'm going to bring it out. You let everybody in the world volunteer to find that other kid, but not mine. I'm afraid we're going to have a problem with this one, right? We're going to have a fucking problem. But not the Wells. Not the Wells because they already knew she wasn't out there. So that tells us they knew where she was, right? There you go. Case solved from day one. And law enforcement knows this as well. Law enforcement knows this as well. And what law enforcement's going to do is, they know who the coppers are. They've had their eyes on them from day one, and they know at some point they're going to slip, and they're going to get arrested. And they're waiting. And you know what? I'm a patient-ass mother freaker, too. I can wait. I can wait if that's what it takes. Right? There you go. Exactly. And they wasn't looking. Right? I'm second to none. They weren't looking. They weren't looking. I agree with you. I agree. Absolutely. Absolutely. They are guilty as hell, in my opinion. One did it and the other one knows. There you go. I mean, yeah. Exactly. I'm glad you agree with me, Courtney. God bless. A lot of people like to fight me. They like to fight me, and I respect that. I respect everybody's opinion. But we're going on 20 months. And Summer's birthday, 7 years old, February the 4th. We are going on her birthday. And I just cannot face lies any longer. Shakespeare, the wisest words out of a human's mouth is Shakespeare when he said, be true to thyself. Because if you're true to yourself, you can be truthful with everyone. And I have to be truthful with myself. I have to, I can't keep looking in other areas when my body, mind, heart, and soul knows the truth already. I can't do it no more. I can't do it. I knew it. I knew it forever. But yes, you have to explore all these other avenues to discard them, just like law enforcement does. And we did that. We righteously and willfully did that. And it's all dead ends. As I said, every avenue is only leading you back to the wells. I mean, at some point we got to face it. We got to look exactly where law enforcement's looking. If she didn't wander off, they did it. That's what law enforcement's saying in a roundabout way. They protect their asses. They're saying, they're telling you. We got to listen. We got to listen, When we learn to listen, we've won more than half the battle, right? When we learn to listen. And I just got to listen now. I do. I've got to listen. I can't keep lying to myself about, hey, Jody Sue's and hey, I can't keep doing that. I mean, I knew that lady was a nut fucking case from day one. I knew that I probably shouldn't be listening to her at all. I knew she was freaking crazy as a loon. But, you know, you had to, you have to explore it. To make sure you're 100% right. And I was. As hard as that fucking road was to go down, I went down it. Right? And I'm upset right now because it was for nothing. Right? I took a long walk through hell for nothing. Nothing. To listen to a dingbat. They got on my nerves. Right? I tortured my fucking self. It's crazy. For what? To find out exactly what I knew. She's a damn psychopath. You know? So, you know, like I said, the table's turned. Everybody's looking at the right place now. I mean, you got a few stragglers like Cam, but even Cam cannot deny the truth any longer. And you know what? That's God's hand in all of this. That is God's hand in all of this. God said it's time for us to face the truth. And I truly believe that. I think that God is leading us to face all of us to face the truth. I've been fighting to get everyone to look in that direction for months and months and months, right? I have. To look at the whales. Quit treating them like superstars, right? I've said it over and over. Always Candus #1 suspect. Absolutely. You know, I've said it over and over. If Bronny Lawson's got his finger pointing that way, and he knows a hell of a lot more than I do, I'm going to look that way as well. And now everyone's looking that way. Because everyone's starting to see the whales for exactly what they are. A bunch of fucking players. Heartless players. Liars. Hiding the truth. I'm surprised they got away this long. I'm so surprised they got away this long. But everybody's sick of them now. I don't know one YouTuber that's going to help them. I know I ain't. I know I'm not. For sure. I wouldn't help them. I wouldn't piss on them if they was on fire. And that's the truth. That's the truth. I'm done. I refuse to believe a lie and be damned. I'm not going to do it anymore. I don't know if Jody Sue played a part or Andy played a part. What I'm saying is, the main guilty one, we all know who that is. And we pretty much knew it from day one. From day one. We've known it. It just is what it is. I can't come out here and lie. I'm not a liar. I'm not a liar. I've exploited everything. And I did it with all of you. We did it together. And I kept an open mind. I kept a very big open mind. I've done a lot of research on a lot of people. I have made phone calls. I have disturbed innocent families as well to seek the truth in this case. Many times I have, repeatedly called law enforcement. And I understand their frustration because we're frustrated too, right? We're all as frustrated as they are. Every last one of us, we share the grief. We share the grief. And the whole time they're looking at us like, why don't you get it? Why can't you get it? Do you not see who we've been pointing at the whole time? And you're still not getting it. You say what you want about Ronnie Lawson, but he probably thinks we're all not very intelligent as well. Right? I mean, he's been telling us in every way he can, and people just don't want to get it. And I think it's because they don't want this case to really die. And that's what I think. I think that, a lot of people, this, they know this case. They, they congregate together on it. It's really been a big and a lively and much moving forward case for months, right? To the point that everybody's like, involved, like the world, not our country, but or a few, Tennessee, or it's the world. The world is involved in this. And I understand completely. I understand completely. But like I said earlier, there's a lot of missing kids that need a spotlight as well. And we got to quit throwing people under the bus that, running lives that ain't innocent lives that shouldn't be earned. So the Wells could sit back and laugh knowing what we know anyway. And that is, in my opinion, they're guilty as hell. They're guilty. And I'm just, I'm not taking my eyes off of them now. I'm not helping them at all. I'm going to fully 100% focus on them, as we should have done from day one. They should have been focused on. And they should have been called out. And I think we would have got the answers by now to bring this little girl home and solve this case. But we didn't do it right. We didn't do it right. So now we're going to have to do it right. This time I hope it's done right. And we're able to bring her home by putting the pressure on them. Putting the pressure on them. Because they ain't had no pressure. They ain't had no pressure from law enforcement. A little bit, but not much. And they sure ain't had none out here. Right? They go up on panel, they get treated like royalty on people's panels. You talk about them, timed out, blocked. This, that, one thing. Actually, y'all fed the devil. You fed the devil and didn't even know it. You gave the devil a big head. Right? Like Donald thought Miss Daisy kicked me, had a big smile on his face and had to wipe it the fuck off, right? He had to wipe that shit off his face when he found out I just left on my own. He had to wipe the shit off his face. He thought he was, going to get some pleasure, and it didn't come. It didn't come for him. And it put him in his place. It put him in his place. And that's where he needs to be. And I got to give Miss Daisy props. She, I got to give her props. She didn't bow down to no fucking Dom Wells. She said, look, you come up here, you're going to have to deal with anyone else wanting to come up here. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm not restraining anyone from coming and asking you whatever they want to. So if you think you're going to come over here and get pampered, you're not. Absolutely not. Miss Daisy ain't going to do that, because deep down in her soul, she's a God-fearing lady. She's a God-fearing woman. And she knows the truth as well. She's watched this case. This woman knows that if we don't put the pressure where it needs to be, we're not ever bringing this baby home. And Miss Daisy's love for Summer is way greater than her love for click, likes, and views over Don Wells. I truly believe that. And I have the utmost respect for her in doing that. There ain't a whole lot of people. There ain't a whole lot of people that want much to do with PG, right? And before I leave out here tonight, I hope Mary does come back. I hope that, the one thing I noticed with her support tonight is, it makes the more of us that hold hands for Summer, join together and hold hands for this little girl against the Wells, the stronger bond and connection that we have to show the world that, the people, to show the world this. Mary knows Don and his family. She knows Don Wells really, really good as well, right? She knows Don Wells like the back of her hand also. And it's people like us that need to bond together. We need to bond together. We need to put the pressure on these people. And the focus on them. And the pressure on them to break and tell where this baby's at. Now, you might think they can't be broken, but I'm going to tell you something. They can. They can. Like I said, God's turned the table. What I've been praying for a long time has been done. And everyone's looking at them now. Let's not lose sight. Let's not lose sight, people. It's time that they get focused on the way they wanted us to focus on so many other people, right? And make those people's lives a living hell for a while. And well, they laughed. Well, you're not laughing no more, Candus. You're not laughing no more, Donnie. No. You're not going to laugh no more. No more laughing. Because everybody's looking to frick at you now, right? They're looking at you. See how you like that, right? See how you like all this focus on you. We want to ask you what you've been asking everybody. Where's my daughter, PG? Where's my daughter, Mary? Where's Summer? Where's Summer? Well, we're asking you. Where is Summer? Where is Summer? Because you know what? She wasn't in none of our custody. She was in yours, Candus. She was in yours. You made 2 trips out of that driveway. You left your phone on the back of Donnie's truck so the boys didn't hear it. You are the one that needs to tell us where's Summer. You, Donald Wells, helped cover it all up for God knows what reason. I don't know, because your family's all screwed up anyway. I mean, you didn't get her getting the boys back, right? Because you can't pass a piss test, and neither can your old lady. You all know it. You all know it. You just want somebody to pay your child support up so, you know, you don't have to worry about that, and you can continue to do whatever you're doing. That takes all your fucking money, right? It takes all your money. Well, guess what? Pay your own damn support. And furthermore, won't you tell us where your daughter is? We want it. All of us are going to now ask you, where is Summer? We're going to all ask you that. So if you want to answer, come on out here. Come on out here. Because we're not asking nobody else. That shit's over. It's done. It's done. Everybody don't just know the truth, in my opinion. They've all accepted it now. Right? They've all accepted it. We've all accepted it. And from now on, what we're going to do is show all of your all's lies, all the reasons that you are guilty, and we're going to make your lives a living hell. Just the way you made everybody else's one. Right? Yeah. That's what we're going to do. And I think a lot of people are doing a damn good job of it already. Right? A lot of people are doing a good job of it. I know Bullhorn Betty's doing a great job. She ain't siding with no Wells. Right? I know Miss Daisy so far doing a great job. She ain't siding with no Wells. I see a whole lot of other creators that ain't siding with them also, right? They refuse. They refuse. If you got God in you, you cannot be for these people right here. And even Cam, like I said, I got to give him some props. I got to give him some props. Because deep down, he knows the truth as well. And he can't 100% support these people any longer either. Right? God ain't going to allow it. Because God right now is pulling this to the light. He's pulling this to the light. And as I said, I think you're going to see law enforcement. I think you're going to see law enforcement putting the bracelets on the right person. Pretty soon. Pretty soon. You're going to see the right person get those bracelets. It ain't going to take long. Yeah. Oh, we know how slick a devil can talk, right? We've been hearing his tongue in all kinds of people's mouths for a long time now, right? We've been hearing the devil's tongue coming out of Candus, coming out of Donald. I mean, Donald really snoozed it over. I mean, I sat behind the scenes. And watched him destroy so many people. It was pathetic, and laughed his ass off about it. Laughed his ass off. I knew what he's going to do to him before he ever did it. But you can't tell him. Because people, I'm going to tell you something about humans. You can't save them, man. You go to tell you if you go to try to warn them, they hate you for it. They hate you. They don't hate Don Wells. You know, they don't hate him. It's like telling, it's like telling, you know, it's like telling a wife about her husband cheating on her. Man, she hates you. Are you kidding me? She makes up with him and hates you. So why the hell did you ever think you were doing this person a favor? You're not. You can only do a person a favor if they believe you and they're willing to do the right thing once they're told. And you don't find there's like finding a needle in a haystack when it comes to women like that, right? Or men either. What I'm trying to tell you is, they always want to shoot the messenger. They always want to shoot the one that's trying to help them because they don't want help. They don't want help. That ain't on their agenda. I mean, I could have told Cam and Allie was coming, but would they believe me? No. And why should I tell them? Why should I tell them anything when the Wells had them attacking me and saying bad things about me and to me when they were the freaking Wells devil's advocates, right? They were the devil's advocates. Wanting, Donald, knowing Donald was pissed off at me. So to kiss his ass, they were all attacking me for him. Are you kidding me? Why should I help people like that? I'm not gonna. I mean, damn. I wasn't born yesterday. I might have been born in the dark, but I sure the hell wasn't born yesterday, right? Forget that shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why am I gonna help a snake to just strike me as soon as I turn around? That doesn't make no sense to me. I ain't good. I'm not even going there. I'm not going there with these people. Absolutely not. The Bible tells you to be as wise as a snake, but don't be like one, right? Be as wise as a serpent, but don't be one. And I'm wise. I'm wise. And I ain't helping no damn serpent, right? I don't bring a snake home. Because it's a snake, right? Especially a two-legged one. That's the worst kind. Exactly, German Shepherd Mom. They're out partying, right? They're up there having cookouts and picnics and all kinds of things, right? Enjoying the hell out of life, shopping, getting all kinds of stuff. They could do everything and anything but look for their daughter. Go into that phone place and see if there's a poster. Go in and ask them if they have the surveillance left from when the Wells came in and bought phones. And ask them, how many flyers did they ask could they hang up, or did they hang up? Or set aside in there for people to look at? None. But they were buying phones. And how many did they do at the, where they bought their Ray-Ban sunglasses? None, right? Exactly. And how about all of those hardware stores they were running in and out of with their gift cards to get stuff for the house? How many How many flyers they leave there? None. Right? How many posts they stop and knock a few in? On the way there back? None. Right? None. Because they already know. They know. They already know. That's why they done nothing. And, I'm not stressing myself out any longer looking anywhere else because I know exactly where to look now. And I think everybody else does too. Right? So that's just how it's got to be from now on. Just got how it's got to be. Right? Now it's time to put the pressure on them the way they try to put the pressure on so many other people. Right? That's what we do now. That's what we do now. And that's what we will be doing. That's what we will be doing until Summer comes home. Until she's found. Until Summer is found and brought home. We will be putting the damn pressure on the Wells. Nobody else. Just the Wells. Because they deserve it. Yep. We're going to put the pressure on them like law enforcement should have. And I think we'll get the answers we need when that happens. Or else they'll hide and show their real damn guilt, right? They'll hide and show their real damn guilt. Right? If Don's getting brains, he will hide. Because they're about to go to prison. They ain't none of these people out here for them. These people, the Wells know that. The Wells know that. And they think they're smarter. They're smarter than the people they're allowing around them. But they're gonna find out that those people they're letting around them are way hell of a lot smarter than they are. Yeah, they're in for a big fucking wake up call, right? They're in for a wake up call. And they're not going to get it in a hotel. They're going to get it right where they're at. Just like Donald's lying about being in a hotel. You can't have domestic violence on the 19th, Don, if you're in a hotel way far away. Don't work like that. Yes, that's exactly right. They want the bucks. They want the money. And that's all they're after. That's all they are after. But, as I said, we'll make sure that, from now on, the pressure is where it's supposed to be. The pressure is going to be where it's supposed to be. And I certainly appreciate, everyone's support. I appreciate Mary coming up tonight and, letting people understand, yes, we're finally looking in the right place. Thank God. Even she is thanking God that we're all looking in the right place now. Been a long time coming. A long time coming. So I'm going to get out of here. Let people have a little. Most people's probably going to head off to bed because it's late. But, for some of us, we're going to head off and watch a movie. Or for me, I'm probably going to have to, pick up or clean up or do something. Because that's usually what I end up doing when I get off my lives. My kids like to snack and stuff, and then I got to pick it all up because I'm a freak, right? A clean freak. So, but hopefully, I'm not too tired to to catch a movie or check my Facebook before I go to bed. I try to do a little something. So with all that being said, I'm going to ask that you guys keep the prayers going up. Keep the prayers going up for little Summer. Please keep them prayers going up. I know God's answering. I know He's pulling us to the light. Let's not give up now, folks. Do not give up now. Please keep the prayers going. Let God know we appreciate all that He's doing. Everything that, opening people's eyes to the truth. Everything we've been praying for. Keep those prayers going up. Please. Please keep them going up. Keep them going up for one another. Sweet Norway was in here tonight. It was such a blessing to see her. God bless. I absolutely love that woman. We all do. We all do. We absolutely love her. She always needing prayers. Please, please keep her in your prayers. Keep Sweet Norway in your prayers, please. Keep one another. When you pray, let God know you're praying for everybody. I know sometimes that, we feel like we can pray for no one but ourselves, right? Everything's going so wrong. We just feel like we have no room to pray for anything but us. And I understand that. I've been there. But you know what? That's the times we need to pray for everyone. That we need to pray for everyone. Let God know that even in our toughest times, we're praying for others as well. We're always praying for others as well. And God respects that, right? He respects that. So, when you say your prayers, say them for everyone, not someone. Let him know how much you love him, how much you want to be like him, less like you. That you are working and trying hard in this world, as hard as it is, that you are working hard to try to stay on the right path. It's not easy, but you're doing it. And know that PG, I go to church every single day, every day, and I pray. I pray actually all day long. Even when I'm not at the church, I'm praying, right? Even when I'm not at church, I'm praying. If I don't get into heaven, it's only going to be because God don't want to hear my voice anymore. And I know it. He just don't want to hear PG no more. That's how much I talk to God. So, please keep the prayers going up. In the name of Jesus Christ. Don't ever forget to say, in the name of Jesus Christ. We only can get to the Father through His Son. So we always have to make sure we say, in the name of Jesus. Amen. All right. I'm going to head out of here. I'm playing Summer's song. I can see all the support already going up in the chat for her, and I so appreciate it. I just want to let all of you guys know that, I absolutely, positively so appreciate each and every last one of you, my mods, all the supporters for Summer's channel. I know I don't say it enough, but God knows my heart. He knows how much I appreciate this army that comes in here and supports this beautiful, beautiful little girl. I need to get that off the freaking my thing. I can't stand to look at it any farther than that. But God knows our hearts. He knows my heart. And He knows how much I so appreciate each and every last one of you. And I know that this little girl and all of these missing kids we cover, they love and appreciate you as well. They love and appreciate you, your support. They need your support. And they thank you for your support. No matter where they're at, they thank you. So does PG. God bless everybody. Good night.
Lost my partner, what'll I do? Lost my partner,